Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
So as we wait for the quorum to be attained, let's continue to take a look at the priority business, or some of the priority business that the members of the National Assembly this afternoon, as they sit for this plenary sitting, shall be considering. The County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, originating from the Senate and co-sponsored by the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Labour, is lined up for consideration at the second reading stage, meaning that debate on it is, or rather will be taking place at this particular stage. Basically, this is a bill that seeks to align the governance and administrative mechanisms and also staffing protections of Kenya's County Assembly Service Boards, commonly abbreviated as CASBs, with those of the Parliamentary Service Commission at the national level. And it also seeks to fix key gaps in the Principal County Assembly Services Act number 24 of 2017, particularly around statutory procedures for suspensions, board member removals, as well as secondment rights. Some of the key provisions of this particular bill, including the statutory removal procedure for the County Assembly Service Boards, including petitions, that is, petitions for the removal of a board member must be formally submitted to the office of the respective clerk in a prescribed form. Also, the referral has to be done within 7 days of receiving a petition, that the Speaker must present it to the Assembly, which then commits it to an 11-member select committee tasked with investigating the matter within 10 days. This also offers a fair hearing, that the affected member maintains the right to appear before the select committee and be represented by an advocate. If allegations are unsubstantiated, proceedings are immediately terminated. Yet another key provision of the bill is a standardized procedure for suspending a clerk. That due process includes that before suspending a clerk under Section 22, the board must issue written grounds for the suspension, give the clerk 7 days to respond in writing, and afford them an opportunity to appear in person to exculpate themselves. There's also time limit that it caps any single suspension period at a maximum of 6 months. So this is a bill that the National Assembly members shall be able to consider. If there are any amendments that they might deem fit to propose, they shall also be doing that, and then also consider the bill at the committee of the whole House before it moves into the next stage. Well, the members of the National Assembly shall also this afternoon consider a bill that is sponsored by the Honorable Nominated Member Irene Mayaka. This is on the Sports Amendment Bill, a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, a bill number 5 of 2026, a bill that basically seeks to amend the Sports Act, specifically Cap 223, seeks to prohibit and criminalize manipulate of sports competitions, or rather manipulation of sports competitions. In this particular bill, there are amendments, including of Section 58 of the Act, to include appeals from Sports Kenya dealing with the manipulation of a sports competition in the jurisdiction of the Sports Tribunal. Also amending Section 4 of the Act to provide for investigation procedure and timelines as a function of the Sports Kenya. This particular bill also, or the amendments to the Act in this particular bill also introduces a new section that prescribes the offense of manipulation of sports competition. So it is a very short bill, just about 5 clauses, and therefore it's part of the priority business that has been lined up for consideration this afternoon as the House sits for the plenary sitting this afternoon, the 29th day of July, the year 2020.
Chepkonga, can you be the whip? Yeah, can you wield the whip? Oundo, be the whip. Yes, yes, is allowed. You don't whip the chair budget, it's already here.
Related meetings. This is a motion that will be moved by the leader of the delegation that visited or attended that particular 151st Assembly of the IPU. That the IPU meeting that was held in Geneva, Switzerland, from the 19th to the 23rd of October, the year 2025. And this is a report that was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 11th of March, the year 2026. This is a motion that has also been lined up as part of the priority business that the members will be looking to consider this afternoon. Another motion by the chairperson, Committee on Implementation, is also lined up for consideration This regards, it's a second report basically on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions that the House passed, or the committee passed, the House passed and was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, the 26th of October, the year 2023. This is a report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions that are passed by the House. So this particular business is coming up for consideration this afternoon. The members of the National Assembly this afternoon shall also take into consideration yet another motion. This regards the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act. This is a motion by the Departmental Committee on Public Petitions. And the committee is proposing that that particular report be adopted regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act to provide for the in duplum rule that was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 1st of April, the year 2026. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that there are a few bills that have been lined up for consideration at the second reading stage. That means that they are due for debate, that they have gone through public participation and have been brought before the floor of the House for them to undergo debate, for members to ventilate on the contents. The other bill that is lined up for consideration at the second reading stage is the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly and sponsored by the Chairperson, Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library Committee. This particular bill basically seeks to amend the Books and Newspaper Act, specifically Cap 111, in order to require the deposit of published works in the Library of Parliament. The sponsor of the bill indicates that more members making their way into the House, and we can see the Sergeant at Arms indicating that the quorum has been attained. That
Honorable members, we now have quorum to transact business.
Well, allow me to hand you over to the broadcast. Good afternoon.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. DK, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I've got two short communications. The first one, I wish to inform the House that I have received and acceded to a request from the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board seeking to engage with honorable members on various matters relating to the fund. I therefore invite all honorable members of the National Assembly to a speaker's Kamkunji to be held tomorrow, Thursday, 30th July, 2026 at 10 a.m. in this chamber. The NGCDF board will appraise members on the following matters relating to the fund. Number 1, the status of disbursement of funds and project implementation for the financial year 2025-2026 and preceding fiscal years. B, proposed ceilings for allocations for the financial year 2026-27. And 3, project identification for the financial year 2026-2027. So you are all welcome. Be seated by 10. We'll give it 1.5 hours, by which time we should be done. The second communication, members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, the second communication is on the appointment of Major Retired Bernard Muhindi Masinde as the 8th Chief Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly. Honorable members, you may recall that on 18th November 2025, I notified the House of the retirement of Mr. Aloisio Lekulu, OGW, the then Chief Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly, after close to 2 decades of service. Honorable members, the office of the Chief Sergeant at Arms is an office of the House and occupies a pivotal position in the administration and functioning of the National Assembly. The office is responsible for maintaining order, decorum, and security within the precincts of Parliament, enforcing the directions of the Speaker relating to access to and conduct within the chamber and the parliamentary precincts, preserving the dignity of the House, and overseeing ceremonial and protocol functions associated with the proceedings of the Assembly. Honourable members, I wish to inform the House that following a competitive recruitment process, the Parliamentary Service Commission appointed Major Retired Bernard Masinde, NDCK, as the 8th Chief Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly with effect from 1st July 2026. Honourable members, Major Retired Masinde possesses extensive experience in parliamentary administration, leadership, and institutional management. He is a strategic security and investigations professional with over 25 years of progressive leadership experience, spanning military command, national security operations, investigations, compliance, enforcement, and institutional governance. He has served as the Deputy Chief Sergeant at Arms of the National Assembly for the last 12 years. Prior to joining Parliament, Major Retired Masinde served as a military observer with the United Nations mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUC. In this capacity, he demonstrated exemplary distinction while deepening his expertise in multinational coordination, intelligence sharing, and investigative oversight. Honourable members, alongside the retired Masinde, the Parliamentary Service Commission also appointed Mr. Nicholas Emejen to the position of Director for Audit, Appropriations, and General Purposes Committee, and Mr. Stephen Mutungi as the Director of Hansard and Audio Services. On my behalf, and on behalf of the House and the Parliamentary Service Commission, I congratulate them for their appointment and extend to them our best wishes as they assume their new responsibilities. I'm confident that they will serve the National Assembly with professionalism, impartiality, and dedication while upholding the traditions, dignity, and values of Parliament. I thank you. While still on my feet, let me acknowledge in the public gallery, Sekenani School from Narok West, Narok, Webuye SCK School from Webuye East, Bungoma. In the Speaker's Gallery, God Siboche Secondary School from Muriri, Migori. Ndindune Secondary School from Mara, Tarakanithi. Karumu Primary School from Kandara, Muranga, and Ikawa School from Chuka, Ingambangombe from Chuka. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
No, not yet. Majority Leader. Member Faldai, you are the surrogate Majority Leader.
It looks like, thank you.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 29 July 2026. First is report on the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following. 1, AIC Morop Girls Secondary School, Chogoria Girls High School, Enomatasiani Girls Secondary School, Karima Girls High School, Kenyanya Secondary School, Kaborok Girls Secondary School, Koelel Forces Academy, Kirobon Girls High School, Limuru Girls School, Mahiga Girls Secondary School, Meru School, Nakuru High School, Our Lady of Mount Carmel Mary Hill Girls High School, Pangani Girls School, St. George's Girls Secondary School, St. Matthias Mulumba Matinyani Boys School, and Stella Maris Othaya Girls High School. Secondly, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2024 and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following. 1 is Bavuni Secondary School, Gede Secondary School, JG Kiriaini Secondary School, Kenyatta High School in Mahiga, Kiriti Girls Secondary School, Lady of Fatima Chinga Girls Secondary School, Marafa Boys Secondary School, Masosa Mixed Secondary School, Isinya Boys Secondary School, and St. John's Girls Secondary School in Kilifi County. And finally, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following. 1, Kitwe Girls Secondary School, Kiari Secondary School, Kirangari Boys Secondary School, Mbakalo Friends Secondary School, Moi Girls High School Kamusinga, Molo Secondary School, Nduberi Girls Secondary School, and St. Francis Girls High School, Mangu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next. Chair Budget and Appropriations, Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 29th July 2026. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bill number 8 of 2026. Thank you.
Next.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chair, no, Member for Taraka, George Best.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to give notice of the following motion on the establishment of a policy on the recruitment and remuneration of community health promoters on a permanent and pensionable basis. That aware that the community health promoters, who are popularly known as CHPs, play an integral role in the delivery of primary health care at the community level by providing basic health services, including health promotion and education, disease prevention and early detection, support for maternal and child health interventions, and community mobilization. Further aware that community health promoters serve as the first point of contact between households and the formal health system. Concerned that despite their important contribution to the realization of the universal health coverage and the attainment of the highest attainable standard of health under Article 43(1) of the Constitution, community health promoters continue to discharge these critical duties with inadequate facilitation and insufficient remuneration. Acknowledging that proper facilitation, motivation, and fair remuneration of community health promoters would enhance service delivery, strengthen preventive health care and reduce pressure on health facilities, cognizant of the fact that health policy is a function of the national government. Now, therefore, this House resolves that the national government formulates and implements a policy framework to guide on the recruitment and remuneration of the community health promoters across the country. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. While on my feet, Honorable Speaker, this is quite an important motion. I appeal to you as the chair of the House Business Committee to actually give this priority. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
The request noted. Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Request for statement, Umulher Harun. Is this response or request? Response. Tongoyo, this is yours. Is Umulher in the house? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
In response to Honorable Umiri's statement being sought regarding the insecurity in Kambi Samaki Garissa, I want to respond as follows. In 2021, a boundary dispute arose between Garissa and Isiolo County in the area surrounding Kambi Samaki Primary School. The dispute, occasioned by contested administrative and jurisdiction land boundary, escalated into violent clashes between members of the Somali and Borana community. Conflict resulted in loss of lives, displacement of residents, and heightened insecurity within the affected area. Consequently, Kambi Samaki Primary School was closed, disrupting learning for the enrolled pupils, who was subsequently transferred to Benane Primary School, where they continue with their education. Although several innovations, including administrative engagements and peace-building initiatives, has been undertaken by the government and other stakeholders, the dispute remains unresolved. To prevent further escalation and enhance security, the ministry has implemented the following: the County Security Intelligence of Garissa and Isiolo counties to continue hold joint engagement aimed at resolving the dispute amicably in collaboration with the school administrators, board of management, parents, and community leaders to address the emerging security concern affecting the institution. The intelligence-led security operations are ongoing. Mobile and foot patrols has been intensified. Additional security personnel has been deployed to identify hotspots to strengthen security presence and reassure residents, and the community policing has been ongoing. On the step taken to resolve this, Honorable Speaker, the government is pursuing both security and administrative innovation to address the underlying cause of dispute, and these include continued engagement by the County Security Intelligence Committee of Garissa and Isiolo with elders, religious leaders, peace committees, and community representatives through structured dialogue and conflict resolution forums. Collaboration with the relevant government agencies, including IBC, to address the boundary and administrative issues giving rise to the dispute. Sustain public sensitization campaign promoting peaceful coexistence, dialogue, and equitable sharing of available resources among the neighboring communities. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of guaranteed security to the teachers, the ministry recognizes that a secure learning environment is essential for uninterrupted education, and to this end, the following measures has been put in place: sustain multi-agency security operation, including enhanced patrol, deployment of joint security teams, and regular security assessment in vulnerable areas to protect teachers, learners, and the educational institution, strengthening collaboration between school administrators and local security agencies to facilitate timely information sharing and coordinated security responses. There is ongoing security mapping of remote and underserved areas to identify locations without adequate policing infrastructure, subject to availability of resources. Additional National Police Reservice, NPR, will be recruited, trained, and deployed to improve security coverage and response capability. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, we remain fully committed to restoring lasting peace and security in Kambisamaki and the surrounding areas through sustained security operations, strengthening interagency collaboration, community engagement, and ongoing peace-building initiative. We are working to create a secure environment that safeguard lives, protect livelihood, and guarantee interruption access to education. Signed by the concerned minister, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Omolher.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to appreciate the chair of the committee for the response. I appreciate the feedback, but there's more that needs to be done because the area itself, Kambisamaki, is currently facing the closure of its school, which was as per the request of the statement. And I see there is a need for the CS for Interior and the CS for Education to have a sitting and organize a meeting both with the local leadership and the elders from both communities so that we can discuss the reopening of this school. Mr. Speaker, I visited Kambisamaki myself after I raised a statement, and I realized the matter is a bit, it's contentious because it also involves a boundary issue. And boundary issues now become a motive because it involves land that belongs to both Isiolo County and Garissa County. And for us to open the school and avoid any skirmishes and future wars and crises like what happened before, it is important that both communities sit down to be able to successfully open the school. Mr. Speaker, when I visited Kambisamaki, the officers on the ground requested that they get backup, and this is something the minister can look into because there is a banditry issue that is existing. As recent as 2 weeks ago, we had young men who were attacked by bandits and their animals taken away. Mr. Speaker, there is a need for extra platoons of officers to be added. They are both from the RDU unit and the anti-stock theft unit. Mr. Speaker, these are things that need to be worked on jointly, and this is something I'll request through the chair and the Minister for Interior to look into so that we are able to look into the matter. The school itself needs to be opened, but it is also a bit of a thorny matter because it involves a boundary issue. As we speak, Kambisamaki Primary School is registered as a polling station under Garissa County, but it is also a matter of dispute with the community that neighbors us Isiolo County. As at now, we don't have any conflict, but to avoid future conflict, Mr. Speaker, we must address both the boundary issue and the security issue so that the school can be reopened. That is something I picked up after I visited the site in itself and communication that the elders had given us. And Mr. Speaker, currently there is no school in the area. The nearest school is 15 kilometers.
Omolher, you are seeking clarification. You are making a
No,
speech.
I am explaining what I realized after I raised a statement because I did a site visit, Mr. Speaker. It's a matter that cannot just involve not just the Minister for Interior, but also the Land Minister and the Minister for Education. If we look into this from a security issue, Mr. Speaker, it will open a lot of Pandora boxes, and we don't want what happened in 2021 to recur again. And for us to do that, we must address the needful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Professor Jaldeza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I need to appeal to our brothers and sisters from Northeastern to avoid encroaching on the Eastern Province. Because almost all the time, they encroach into other people's region, they cause conflict, and when things happen, they're the first one to make noise and rise and make noise. The Kambisamaki area you are saying around Garbatula, Isiolo South, is part of Isiolo constituency county. Why do people from Garissa want to invade Isiolo?
Order, Professor. You are totally out of order. You are totally out of order. You are members of the National Assembly of Kenya, and you can raise a question in relation to any part of this country. The only caution I give is, if you have an issue you want to raise in the House, falling within the fiscal jurisdiction of a colleague, courtesy requires that you inform them. But nothing stops the nominated MP from asking anything about Kambi Samaki, whether in Isiolo or not. Tongoyo?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In our own admission of the concerned member, she had admitted that this is a situation that goes beyond the mandate of Interior to include the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Lands, and even perhaps IBC. So, I wanted to have your attention, Speaker. But this is, Honorable Speaker, I think it needed more intervention, intergovernmental or interministerial approach, because the underlying cause of this is a boundary dispute, which is largely to do with the IBC, Ministry of Lands, so Honorable Speaker, and the part of Interior, I think on the intervention being put in place to address the security issue, not just on Kambi Samaki, but largely in Garissa. We know the situation is fluid, and the rest of the northern part of the country, the ministry is doing anything possible. But Honorable Speaker, because I think you submitted the interruption, this is something that needs more beyond the scope of Ministry of Interior. It's a cutting cross issue. We need the Ministry of Education, IBC, Lands. So maybe you need your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, on the best approach to this.
Mr. Speaker, I want to let the member from Isiolo know that I don't want what happened before to recur again. And it is important that as leaders address the need for, Mr. Speaker, land issues.
Don't escalate what the speaker has.
No, I'm not escalating, Mr. Speaker. I'm just letting him know that my request on this statement.
To answer him on any issue.
My request was to address the gaps in education that have come out after that incident happened 7 years ago, Mr. Speaker. So it is as simple as either deciding to open a new school somewhere else or reopen that school so the children from both counties can benefit. It's not a land issue.
You are perfectly in order. And the protesting member is not even from Isiolo. He is from Marsabit. Yes. Next is Julia Sunguli in the house. Yes, Tongoyo, can you respond to Julia Sunguli's request?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It was a little bit discussion with a member from Garissa, Major. Honorable Speaker, in regards to the issue of Honorable Sunguli, in a matter concerning security at Tangata Barikoi, Kilgoris, the Member of Parliament in particular wanted to know the circumstances surrounding the livestock theft incident, the death of the anti-stock theft unit officer. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and measures taken to investigate the case and apprehend the suspect.
Yes, Baba.
The reason for alleged confiscation of livestock belonging to the members of the local community, and an indication on when the livestock will be returned to the innocent residents, and the measures being taken to ensure protection of residents, restoration of law and order, and prevention of further violation of human rights in Nangata Barikoi. Honorable Speaker, I want to respond as follows. On the 19th June, a known number of livestock was stolen from the Kuria community at Kuitembe area, Kuria West Sub-County within the Migori County. A contingent of police officers drawn from the Angata Barikoi Police Station, Angata Astu, responded promptly with the aim of recovering the livestock and apprehending the perpetrators. The officers encountered about 40 suspected cattle rustlers armed with automatic rifles and Keturo area, Ngedale location. A fierce exchange of gunfire ensued between the two parties. During the confrontation, a police officer, number 114287 APC Joseph Owino, attached to Barikoi Astu, sustained a gunshot wound on his back near his hip joint. The officer was evacuated from the scene and rushed to Barikoi Health Center, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. His body was moved to Transmara West mortuary for preservation, pending postmortem examination, and the incident was booked at Barikoi Police Station, VIDO bin number 519 of 2026 at 19 hours. On the 20th June, 2026, The postmortem examination was conducted on the body of the deceased, and the pathologist formed the opinion that the cause of death was massive hemorrhage secondary to penetrating abdominal wound sustained from the back. An inquiry file was opened to establish the circumstances surrounding the shooting and subsequent death of the officer. On the second reason for alleged confiscation of the livestock, there is no record, Honorable Speaker, of any livestock having been recovered or confiscated by the police, and no livestock is being held at Angata Barikoi Police Station or by Asitu, camp awaiting release to the members of the public. Meanwhile, effort to trace and recover the stolen livestock and apprehend the perpetrators remain ongoing. That was by the time of writing of this report. And the situation is calm, Honorable Speaker, I can confirm. I am from that area as well. Honorable Speaker, following the incident of the 24th, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, accompanied by the Governor of Narok, and the elected leaders from the Transmara, to include the member who raised the question, and the area senator, and other leaders, engage members of the local community with the aim of promoting peace, coexistence, and de-escalating tension arising from the incident. The Cabinet Secretary directed that all civilians in possession of the illegal firearms to surrender them. In addition, the following measures have been undertaken to restore normalcy and safeguard the resident. Security agencies have been intensifying foot and mobile patrol. There is intelligent gathering operation ongoing to deter criminal activities and to prevent further insecurity and facilitate the recovery of the stolen livestock. Engagement of the community leaders, elders, and stakeholders to promote peace and dialogue. And all security operations in Angata Barikoi are being undertaken in strict adherence to the Constitution of Kenya, the National Police Service Act, and applicable human rights standards. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Julius Sunguli. If you are satisfied with the
Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the chairman of the Committee for Internal Security for his report and answer. I wish to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that as soon as we ask the question, the responsible Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, went to Angata Barikoi together with all of us and introduced certain measures that have since cooled the area. The situation is under control. Particularly, Mr. Speaker, the GSU camp was reintroduced at the border, and this has actually been very effective. Only yesterday, about 12 cows were stolen from the area of Ngendalil, and unlike in the past, the police, the people from Kilgoth, Transmara, were able to cross to Kuria without a problem, and the GSU, together with the citizens, recovered 8 of those cows. The situation still remains, of course, an area to be watched because it is fragile. It's a border area. It borders Kenya and Tanzania. It borders the Kuria and the Kipsigis and the Masai. It's a trigonometrical area that requires constant management. But I'm grateful that the minister has been able to do that, and I wish and I think that the chairman has given a satisfactory answer.
Thank you. We leave it lie there. Taitumu. Honorable Mwalimu Taitumu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I arise to make a personal statement regarding the passing on of my late beloved father, Mr. Patrick Ntwanaiba Baikilanya. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order 44-2E, I arise to make a personal statement regarding the passing on of my late father, Mr. Patrick Ntwanaiba Baikilanya. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Patrick Baikilanya rested on 4th July 2026 after a glorious and well-lived life that was just 2 years to centenary. The death of my father leaves a void that no one can adequately capture. A father is a pillar, a compass, and a quiet strength behind a son's every step. Irrespective of the son's age, At the time of the demise of my father, without doubt, the news of his passing on overcame our family with immense grief. To us, it was an end of an era, yet the messages of condolences that poured from every corner of this country, led by His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, CGH, the Deputy President, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, NGH, the Speaker of this Honorable House, Right Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, NGH MP, and various members of this Honorable House gave us the strength to accept the God's will and accord Mzee a befitting send-off in honor of his life and legacy. Honorable Speaker, I wish to record my deepest gratitude to His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for his message of comfort, the support extended to my family during this period of mourning. I am profoundly honored by the President's humility to have created time out of his busy schedule of the national duty to grace the funeral of my late father in Igembe North on the 11th July 2026. This gesture reaffirmed the President's firm belief in the values of compassion and solidarity that defines his leadership. I equally extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, Honorable Speaker, for the messages of condolence and the support that you accorded our family. The House leadership and my colleagues, members in this House, for personally reaching out and condoling with us both here in Nairobi and at our rural home in Igembe North. I am also grateful to the people of Igembe North, the community leaders, the church, the bonda operators, the traders, the farmers, and the youth who rallied around my family with the prayers, moral support, and material contributions to ensure my father was given a dignified send-off. To the Kilanje who ministered to us and to the elders who guided the rites according to our customs, I say thank you and God bless you. On behalf of the family of the late Mr. Patrick Twanaiba Kilanya, I echo our deepest gratitude and pray that his soul finds eternal peace in heaven. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Taitumo. May Mzee's soul rest in eternal peace, and may your family have peace at this time. Honorable members, I acknowledge in the Speaker's gallery Uhuru Estate School from Embakasi, West Nairobi, Kakawa Primary and Junior School from Mbere North, Mbere South, Embu, Dev Amazing Schools, Naivasha, Nakuru, Gishami Junior Primary School from Othaya, Nyeri. In the public gallery, New Genesis School from Marakwet West, Elgeyo Marakwet, Mekorani Primary School from Mara, Tharaka Nithi, Bright Star Chebulbai from Marakwet West, Elgeyo Marakwet. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Major Deko, member for Garissa Town.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to remind you or to remind the House that about 2 months ago I requested for a statement, and which was brought to the answer was brought to the House regarding a police officer, Adan Haret Loss, who went missing for the last 3 years or so.
Chairman, Tongoyo, that reminder is directed at you.
Yes, and you promised that the chair of the Committee of Internal Security was to avail the Cabinet Secretary to a committee meeting so that we raise the issue. It's important to note, Honorable Speaker, that the answer that was provided here was not read on the floor of the House after consultation with the chair and myself and yourself, that it was not adequate. So the minister was supposed to appear in a committee meeting so that we address those issues. Up to now, we have no response from the chair.
When is the minister appearing before your committee?
Honorable Speaker, if you may recall, when we were just about to break for recess, I did report to this House that the minister could not appear because he was attending a cabinet meeting. And to that effect, we have written again today a letter to ask him to appear next week but one.
Okay.
And Honorable Speaker, it's not just his question or statement rather. There were quite a number, more about 13 or so. So I call upon the colleague to be a bit patient, because we are trying to do anything possible to ensure that the minister will appear and we transact all these before the plenary of committee.
When is your next appearance?
It's a Thursday, next week.
Thursday after next week?
Exactly. We are trying to avoid Tuesday so that it does not get excuses or other is probably of cabinets.
So, Deco?
We have got equally a big pressure.
And make sure you inform the honorable member accordingly. Yes. Next order. Yes, hold on. Honorable Emathe. Yes, Honorable Emathe. Give him the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to remind that on 30th June, you ruled that I receive a response on the operationalization of Napetet ICT Hub in Turkana Central. This ICT Hub was completed under World Bank, implemented by Kenya in 2023. Right now, it is gathering dust, and this will be the first implementation or achievement on ICT in Turkana County, ever since we took government. Speaker, as we speak about ICT Hub, the students who are listening have a direct benefit on this. But in Turkana, there is nothing called ICT Hub anywhere in Turkana County. This will be the first.
When can you respond? Give to KJ the mic.
Mr. Speaker, you had already issued direction on this.
Yes.
And yes, the committee has burnt the midnight oil, and God willing, we shall be presenting this next week. Since Thursday, we shall be having a baraza, and the committee might not be able to process the feedback that we are getting from the ministry. And Mr. Speaker, it is only just a slight correction that in the whole plan of the digital superhighway, Turkana is one of the biggest beneficiaries with the connection of the fiber optic cable that connects our republic to the South Sudan Republic. And even more advancement has been made in such a way that we have taken cognizance of the border issues at the Elmi Triangle, which has allowed for us to have two cables, a Kenyan cable going up to where Kenya believes our border gets to, and also another cable, the one coming from South Sudan, proceeding to where Sudan would want to contest the borders to. So, Honorable Speaker, it is a great question that the Honorable Member brought to the House, and it impacts on very many other members. And so we shall be presenting a very comprehensive response, God willing, this coming week. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, KJ. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of a petition on the management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders.
Okay.
Question to be put.
Members on their feet, take your seats. CPA, take your seats. Is that Mutunga or Robert Mui or Wanjala? Take your seat. Thank you. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of the public petition number 01 of 2026 regarding management of hemophilia and other bleeding disorders among patients and children in the country, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 23rd June 2026. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 9, the County Assembly Services Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 34 of 2023, second reading.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor. Is that Karemba? No. Who is the chair? Ken Chonga, where is he? Okay, we'll stand it down for now. Go to order number 10.
Order number 10, motion, report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings.
Who was the chair of the delegation to IPU in this regard? Who is it? Irene Mayaka, is it you? No. Meli Mabona? Meli Odhiambo is not here. Go to next order.
Order number 11, the Sports Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2026, second reading.
Irene Mayaka, are you ready to move this bill?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Sports Amendment Bill number 5 of 2026 be read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this particular bill, the main objective of the bill is actually to criminalize sports and match manipulation and match fixing in the country of Kenya. And what we've done, Honorable Speaker, is within the Sports Amendment Bill, it is that we have amended a couple of clauses so that it is in line with actually what we intend to do. Honorable Speaker, just to mention the specific sections that have been amended, we are amending Section 2 so that we introduce the definition of sports management, manipulation. Section 3 of the bill, which also just gives the specifics in terms of what it is that we are introducing and amending, and the manipulation of sports. Section 5, which also introduces the specifics in terms of the fines that will be charged. Honorable Speaker, just to give a background of this particular bill, is the legislative intent of this. Because, Honorable Speaker, we have had scenarios of match fixing, criminal offenses within the sports fraternity, but we do not have any specific laws that actually criminalize these particular vices. So for that reason, Honorable Speaker, and having looked at the various laws we have from other countries, and also the different regulations from the different federations that we have across the whole world, I thought it fit that we also have this in Kenya. Because, Honorable Speaker, sports integrity is very important for our country. It's very important because we are seeking to nurture sports and talent in this country of ours, but also we want to make sure that the young people, the talented people in the country, are not being injured by people who are only there to manipulate the system so that it actually favors them. Honorable Speaker, we have had very many feedback from the public in terms of public participation of what they think about this particular bill. And I know the sports committee will be represented so that they can give us the feedback that we've received. But, Honorable Speaker, just to thank the public for the overwhelming support for this particular piece of legislation. The background of this, Honorable Speaker, is foundation of sports. Sports is based on fairness, transparency, and public confidence. Integrity is currently at risk. And increasing reports globally and locally indicate growing attempts to improperly influence sporting outcome. Market pressure as well has also brought a lot of risk into the game. National interests, Honorable Speaker, this is also to protect the integrity of athletics, clubs, funds, and sponsors as well. Honorable Speaker, the legal context and the existing gaps. Regulatory deficit. If you look at the current Sports Act Cap 223, it does not contain any explicit provisions to criminalize sports manipulation. Enforcement barriers. Current mechanisms rely on association-level disciplinary action, which lack the weight of criminal law. And Honorable Speaker, on this particular one, we are finding that most of the federations in this country, whether it is the Football Federation, the Basketball Federation, Netball Federation, Volleyball Federation, or the athletics part of it, when they are faced with such issues, they only do investigations within the federation, which is really not giving any particular third-party aspect or making sure that there's actual fairness where there's a criminal case. Structural weakness. The internal sporting bodies are often unequipped to handle organized criminal syndicates. And Honorable Speaker, this is where the criminal aspect comes into play so that the specific criminal investigation bodies in the country can then be charged with ensuring that they do proper investigations into this. The solution, Honorable Speaker, is amendment bridges that bridges the gap by providing criminal sanctions and stronger investigative powers. Honorable Speaker, I had the option of looking at the different laws that we have in the country. The Sports Act, the Penal Code, the Criminal Act, all these particular laws. But it was actually easier for us to amend the Sports Act Cap 2023 so that we ensure that the definition of manipulation is put in place, the criminal aspect is put in place, and the offenses are also put in place in one particular law. Honorable Speaker, looking at the current Kenyan legal framework, the Sports Act of 2013 governs sports administration but contains no explicit match-fixing offenses in our country. If you look at the Penal Code, Cap 63, it covers general fraud, e.g. Section 315, which covers matters to do with cheating, but has no dedicated match-fixing provision. If you look at the Anti-Doping Act, it focuses on banned substances, but nothing to do with match manipulation. If you look at the different sports federations, which I had alluded to, they currently rely on internal sanctions, bans, and suspensions because of the legal gap. But there's no specific criminal investigation procedure, which makes the process also become ununiform and sometimes, in some cases, largely unfair to most people. If you look at the Betting, Lottery, and Gaming Act, Cap 131, Section 61 prohibits cheating at bets, but penalizes, penalties are minimal, a maximum of 6 months. Honorable Speaker, I did have a look at the international standards that are currently there, especially in terms of the popular sporting activities we have in this country. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the FIFA Code of Ethics 2023, it prohibits any involvement in match manipulation and requires reporting of corruption approaches. If you look at the FIFA Disciplinary Code of 2023, it imposes a minimum 5-year ban and a fine of 100,000 euros for anyone manipulating a match. If you look at the Makwiny Convention 2019, Honorable Speaker, and I know you're aware of this because you're a sports person, first international treaty on sports manipulation. It urges states, sports bodies, and betting operators to cooperate and to prevent, detect, and sanction fixed competitions. Honorable Speaker, a case study of some of the countries that do have the criminalizing of match-fixing laws in their countries. I give an example of Italy. The Italian laws 401/198 criminalizes fraud in sports competition, offering, promising, or accepting money or other advantages to alter any event's outcome. Penalties include 2 to 6 years imprisonment and fines for match fixing. The Italian FA Justice Code also gives a lot more emphasis on this. Notable example is the 206 Calipoli scandal, which saw some top clubs and officials face sporting criminal sanctions. And Honorable Speaker, if you remember the very famous story of some of the famous clubs like Juventus, which had to actually be relegated, some of the very stringent cases that actually made some of these big clubs fall. A case study of Brazil as well, general sports law explicitly prohibits manipulation of sports results. Any bets tied to fixed outcomes are declared void. Honorable Speaker, giving an example of the cases that we've had in Kenya that actually motivated me to bring this particular law. Some of the cases we've had are like the Nairobi City Stars. Multiple attempts league fixes of City Stars premium matches between 2021 and 2023 were uncovered, and this was the fourth attempt in 3 years for the club. In 2023, police arrested 3 suspects, Kenyan, Ugandan, and Russian, after sting operations that had offered City Star players a huge sum of money so that they can throw away the match. And Honorable Speaker, if you go into the YouTube channel and just look at some of the cases that we've had, especially in our country in Kenya in terms of match fixing, they're very sad cases because they have resulted in killing dreams for young people who really want to do their best in this particular field. The legal foundation and definition of manipulation, Honorable Speaker, as I said, Clause 3 empowers Sports Kenya with statutory authority. It gives a definition of what the unified reporting hub could look like, interagency collaboration, authorities joint investigation between Sports Kenya and national investigation agencies, statutory timelines, requiring that all investigations to be concluded within a strict 6-month period to ensure efficiency in justice, systemic oversight, centralizing the monitoring of sports integrity under a single accountable statutory bodies. The penalties that we've introduced, Honorable Speaker, and I know we had a lot of feedback from the public in terms of they feel like the penalties that I had introduced are not stringent enough. And so, Honorable Speaker, without preempting debate, the Sports Committee will be represented and they'll give us an account of some of the feedback that they did receive from different Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, in terms of professional consequences, bans and forfeitures, again, very important. One of the amendments that I have introduced is match forfeiture, organizational ineligibility, lifetime prohibitions, and disciplinary harmony. Honorable Speaker, the strategic impact, accountability, and national reputation. If you look at clause number 4, it gives you a detailed view of what exactly this will entail. Due to giving an example of the process via appeals, sports tribunal, global alignment, ethic governance, fiscal neutralities. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I just wish to appall the members of this House to support this particular bill. Let us, as members of Parliament, because we have constituents, we have county representation, the whole country at large, that has very many sports people. And Honorable Speaker, when I speak about sports, I'm not only looking at the football space, I'm also looking at the basketball space, the netball space, the athletic space, all the sports that you can think about in this particular world. Let us, as members of National Assembly, take the frontline stage in ensuring that we are protecting the sports integrity in this country, because this will really help to ensure that we are clearing the path and making sure that sports integrity in our country is at the center front, and that anyone who seeks to come and try to prevent the young people of our country from having a fair chance at improving their talents and nurturing and growing their talent are able to do that without the fear that someone who has deep pockets can actually come in and manipulate their opportunities. Honorable Speaker, with those remarks, I wish to move the bill and ask my colleague, Honorable Charles Nguna, to second. I thank you.
Well, before Charles seconds you, honorable members, let me acknowledge and in the speakers gallery and the public gallery the presence of the following schools. Kama Sai School of Marakwet West Constituency, Elgeyo Marakwet County. We also have Lelit Primary Junior School of Moiben Constituency, Uasin-Gishu County. We equally have Meteitei. This should interest the Chair of Education. Meteitei Second School of Tindret Constituency, Nandi County. Honorable members, we further have the two following schools. We have Guakarim Second School from Beere South Constituency, Embu County. And finally, we have Moi Awalo Senior School from Kurusoi South, Nakuru. On behalf of the members of this House and the House at large, I want to welcome those schools to this Honorable House. You may proceed to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin this journey of second in this motion, let me take this opportunity to welcome these students.
Thank you. Proceed.
In National Assembly, especially the students from Beere who are my neighbors. As you know, I come from Mwingi West, and Beere is just bordering Mwingi West constituency. So welcome. All Moiben have been in your constituency, Marakwet and Tinderet also have been there. So welcome to the National Assembly. This is where we legislate and also allocate resources countrywide, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by congratulating and appreciating Honorable Irene Mayak for coming up with such a legislative proposal, Mr. Speaker, to bring the integrity and also transparency in sports fraternity, Mr. Speaker. From the onset, it is worthy to note that Irene Mayak has set records, and congratulations, the Honorable Lady. If at all Nyamira people are listening, they should give you an opportunity to serve as their women rep in this august house. And I am wishing you the success in your journey. Let me also take this opportunity to inform ODM, you have one of the best legislators in this country in Irene Mayak, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is worthy to note that we have walked a long journey when we came up with this motion, and it is also worthy to note that Irene Mayak and myself, Irene is a Manchester United fan and an Arsenal fan, and we are passionate. We have fought since our childhood. When we used to be in university, when we used to be in school, you could see the passion in football, and that is why Irene Mayak is coming up with this proposal to clean up the sports industry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill is essentially actually seeking to amend Sports Act, Cap 223, by doing 4 specific things. Number 1, it is going to introduce by criminalizing offense for the manipulation of sports competition. Number 2, it is going to grant Sports Kenya the express mandate to receive reports and conduct investigation when it comes to issues of sports manipulation. And the other one, which is very important, it is going to establish strict 6-month timeline for the conclusion of investigation. As you are aware, most of the issues which have been taken to court, Mr. Speaker, they might end up taking over years. But this one, it is strictly specifying the number of, the timeline you can actually do an investigation and do everything, Mr. Speaker. The 4th issue, it is going to provide for severe penalties, including the imprisonments, fines, and forfeiture of the gains, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, athletes and clubs, even fans and sponsors, always advocate for fairness and transparency as far as competitions are concerned. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, we noted that there is existing gaps in the current legislation. When it came to the issues of regulatory deficit, the existing gap, this gap does not contain explicit provision to criminalize sports manipulation. That is why we want this bill to pass. Then, of course, the current mechanism relies on association level and disciplinary actions, which lacks the weight of criminal law, Mr. Speaker. And if you look at the current situation, of course, Sports Act 2013 governs sports administration, but does not explicitly explain the issues of match fixing offenses in our nation. Mr. Speaker, the penal code, which is Cap 63, covers general fraud like cheating, which is, but has no dedicated match fixing provision. And that is why we want some of these issues to be addressed in this bill. Mr. Speaker, we have been dealing with the issues of anti-doping, and it covers only banned. We have seen so many athletes being banned, but it does not actually explicitly explain issues of match manipulation, and that is why we want to come up with this. Mr. Speaker, the sports federations, which actually in Kenya we have around 40 now, currently rely on internal sanctions, but it lacks the legislative gaps there. And that is why we are seeking to align this legislative proposal with international standards. If you look at the FIFA regulation, the FIFA Code of Ethics, it prohibits any involvement in match manipulation and requires reporting of corrupt approaches. But here in Kenya, do we have it? That is why we want to align the proposed amendments to this Cap 223 to align with the FIFA Codes of Conduct. Mr. Speaker, while Irene Mayak did so much research, she researched in Italy. She has also done in Brazil, which is the record time orders, 5 times World Cups. And congratulations to Spain for winning the recent World Cup. It actually, in Brazil, any involvement with match manipulation amounts to 2 or 6 years in prison. But here in Kenya, we don't have. We are proposing anyone who is found of guilt of sports manipulation will face either 2 to 6 years of imprisonment or a fine of not more than 1 million shillings, Mr. Speaker. Some of these issues we have proposed here and legislative proposals align to other international standards. And Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I fully support this motion and urge members of this August House to please support it so that we can bring integrity in our sports fraternity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well seconded. Honorable members, I now do propose the question, which is that the Sports Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2026, be now read a second time. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to first congratulate the Honorable Irene Mayaka as I take on to support her bill, the Sports Amendment Bill 2026. Honorable Speaker, this is a very fundamental piece of legislation in the sports fraternity. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation will revolutionize how sports administration, how sportsmen, how teams, how sports administrators behave in the space within which they are operating. Honorable Speaker, if you will be interested to know, if you look at this act, Honorable Speaker, the principal act is amended in section 4 by inserting new paragraphs, Honorable Speaker, and giving more powers to Sports Kenya. And the powers that are being given to Sports Kenya, the new powers, Honorable Speaker,
include 1, to receive any reports from any person who suspects acts of manipulation in any sports competition. That is 1. The second important fundamental function that is now being given to Sports Kenya, Honorable Speaker, is to conduct investigation of alleged manipulation in sports competition in collaboration with other investigative agencies. Sports Kenya now is being given new important powers. Honorable Speaker, another power that is being given to Sports Kenya in the realm of stopping manipulation of sporting activities, Honorable Speaker, is the investigations referred to in subsection 1 PB shall be conducted within 6 months. There is a limitation on time, Honorable Speaker. Cases have dragged in court for many years, Honorable Speaker, over these situations. But now, Honorable Irene Mayaka, in her graciousness, has said we must do it within 6 months, Honorable Speaker. But fundamentally, Honorable Speaker, are the changes that are coming in when we are looking at Section 64 of the Principal Act. Mr. Speaker, the mover of this bill is introducing Section 64A, which actually is very fundamental. A person who participates directly or indirectly, or aids, enables, or assists in the manipulation of a sports competition commits an offense and shall be liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year, or to a fine not exceeding 1 million. I would have suggested 5 million, but the Honorable Irene Mayaka thinks 1 million is okay. But these days, 1 million is easy to come by. Honorable Speaker, we should have gone to 5 million. So that teams, Honorable Speaker, a team trains, people invest money, they invest energy, they invest a lot of things. They come to a match in a tournament, and one person, either a coach, an administrator, or a player, compromises the whole team by compromising with some people, and therefore you lose a match because that person will be given money at the end of it. That's an offense, that's criminal, and it must be stopped. And I like the way Irene Mayaka has put it here, Honorable Speaker. Again, Honorable Speaker, in Part 2 of 64, where a professional sports person, and I like the word professional sports person, or a club engages in conduct described in Section 1, the club or the association to which they belong may be sanctioned with the forfeiture of the match in question, or may be declared. Honorable Speaker, the one who compromises and the one who is compromised. The one who compromises is being dealt with in Section 2, the Part 2 here, Honorable Speaker. There was a time we had, I don't know whether it is true, Mr. Speaker, you are a sports person. But I hear there was a time when Gor Mahia, is it Gor Mahia, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. I think they were playing against FC Leopards. In Sudan. Yeah. And Kenya lost the match because one of the goalkeepers, I don't know whether it's the goalkeeper or whoever, had taken a bribe. And the match was lost. Now, in this case, Honorable Speaker, the one who has been manipulated must be jailed and pay a fine. And the one who also manipulated must also face the consequences, Honorable Speaker. And that is why Part 2 is very important. Part 3, Honorable Speaker, where the offender is a club. Sometimes clubs sit to plan to manipulate, or clubs sit to plan to be manipulated, Honorable Speaker. That one too must be sanctioned. That one too must. And where the offender gains any proceeds, and sometimes, my friend Oundo here, professor, who is a very able debater, and I hope the members of Funyula will re-elect him on a UDA ticket, Honorable Speaker, because where he's going to lose. But if he vies on a UDA ticket, he might win, or broad-based, he might win, Honorable Speaker. I know, he's a man of integrity. and he wouldn't want to see sports being manipulated. And therefore, I'm sure he will support where the offender gains any proceeds or benefits as a result of sports manipulation, he shall be subjected to forfeiture. Whatever amount you receive, you must forfeit it. So that, because crime does not pay, we must make sure that sports manipulation, criminals and crimes never pay anyone. You must forfeit the funds and bring the money back, Honorable Speaker. These are fundamental changes, Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Honorable Irene Mayaka for bringing this bill. And you can say it makes sense. When you read it, you understand it, it makes sense. And if it makes sense and it is good, it doesn't need to be fixed. So I wish, Honorable Speaker, you just bring here the Committee of the Whole today and we finish with it. Because this is good. This is fundamental. And this, when it is good, it should not be fixed. It should be passed so that the sports fraternity, Honorable Speaker.
You are the leader of the House. And you know the importance of procedure.
Of course. I'm saying it in jest, Honorable Speaker. I'm saying it in jest. Now, I want to say a few things, Honorable Speaker. Competitions, and this is the anchor, competitions that we have in this country depend entirely on fairness, transparency, and public confidence. And when we bring in issues of someone being compromised, Honorable Speaker, then we lose the issues of fairness, transparency, and public confidence. Those guys out there, the sports people in football, in basketball, in athletics, in any other kind of sport, Honorable Speaker, that allow themselves to be manipulated or to manipulate others are killing sports. The spirit of sports, the spirit of fairness, the spirit of transparency, the spirit of public confidence, Honorable Speaker, they kill it. And Honorable Speaker, the risk is that we are killing those young people that work so hard. We are killing their spirit. We are killing sportsmanship, Honorable Speaker, and this must be stopped. And I like that today the Honorable Irene Mayaka is putting the first roadblock towards ensuring that no one ever goes into that kind of realm, Honorable Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes market pressures, right now with Sports Pesa, with all these new betting companies coming in, Honorable Speaker, they can actually easily manipulate young people that they may compromise a match or a game or a sport just because they want someone to win big in a betting event, Honorable Speaker. And this law actually comes at such a good time. Honorable Speaker, you know I'm on fire. And please don't switch on the microphone for me. So, Honorable Speaker,
Leader,
it is very...
please wind up.
It is very important, Honorable Speaker, that we bring integrity into sports. When we bring integrity in sports, Honorable Speaker, people will want to be in that space. They will compete fairly and we'll see talent. Actually, this bill speaks into talent. And talent is important. We must. Honorable Speaker, when I see a beautiful stadium, like the stadium called Telanta, or the Raila Odinga International Stadium, when I see that, Honorable, when I see the stadium that is being built in Kilifi, when I see this government investing in stadiums all over, including in Ukambani, where my friend, the almost ranking member, Macau, comes from. I see a stadium, the Ithokwe, it's called Ithokwe. What is the name of that stadium? When I see stadiums being built, I see this country is investing in sports. It is investing in talent. It is investing in young people. And because of that, we have to protect sportsmen, young sportsmen and young sports ladies, Honorable Speaker, out there to make sure that we bring integrity into sports and we allow people to thrive in sports. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill and I want to thank and congratulate. You know, she's a first-time member of Parliament, but you have done well. Irene Mayaka, you've done extremely well. I have seen several bills that have come from you, and I think you are a blessing. And those that vote for you, I want to ask them, from the floor of this hallowed parliament, vote for Irene Mayaka for whichever position she requests. We need her in this house. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Before the next member speaks to this, allow me to acknowledge in the presence of the Speaker's Gallery and equally public gallery the following schools. We have Turisho Junior School from Narok West, Narok County. We also have Akiba School from Westlands constituency, Nairobi. We equally have Wiyumirire Comprehensive School from Laikipia East constituency, Laikipia County. On behalf of the members and this house, we welcome you to Parliament. Let's have Wilberforce Oundo to speak to this.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Also, let me join my colleagues in supporting the bill that has been presented by Irene Mayaka, a strong lady of the ODM party. And let me also put on notice minority whip, majority whip, that I know he has coveted me for so many years, but you tawe. Tawe kabisa. Honorable Speaker, let me echo the opening remarks by Irene Mayaka that sports should be free, fair, and accountable. That a team or a sportsman should win in a fair, transparent manner without any form of manipulation or undue advantage. That is the beauty of the sport. Sport, Honorable Speaker, is a talent, and at any given time, anybody should be allowed to express their talent without being conditioned, without being, manipulated. Honorable Speaker, I have been an ardent football fan. I have played football for many, many years at a very low level for obvious reason. And at any given time, losing a match where you felt you had lost unfairly was very devastating, and it can hurt emotions. And it can hurt spirits, and it can hurt very many things. And in very many cases, Honorable Speaker, where I come from, a match between two rival teams never ends in peace, because no team ever accepts it has lost a match. There must always be a fight. For many years, there was always a memorable fight between Lakeview and Busijo United. There was no way the match was going to end unless it has ended in a draw. So you can see how emotive, how emotionally charged can be a game of any forms of sports. Honorable Speaker, that's why I allowed the efforts by Honorable Irene Mayaka to bring into this parliament an attempt to criminalize match fixing, manipulation, to make it a criminal offense or a penal offense. But Honorable Speaker, I would also want to get wisdom from her that I know in many jurisdictions, these matters are dealt at the federation level or the sports association level, and they have done it so effectively, probably without having a specific act of parliament to do so. But I'll work with her wisdom, noting the weaknesses of many of our sports federations and our sports club in this country. However, Honorable Speaker, and I hope she's listening to me, in the definition of manipulation, Honorable Speaker, I think C, the definition of manipulation of sports competition, might be too harsh, might be too radical, where it says intentions fail to perform to the best of their abilities to achieve a predetermined outcome. Honorable Speaker, I want to do this. I want to be very obvious. There used to be a lot of witchcraft in football. That one I know, a lot of witchcraft. So sometimes, Honorable Speaker, punishing a goalkeeper or punishing a striker for failing to score, we must in any way be very clear on this matter. You might also be on medical grounds. It could also be just a case of inability to perform to the expected level because you are not up to the act. Probably, we must temper this definition to avoid punishing natural failure or natural low talent in that particular area. Honorable Speaker, the issue of investigations. With the current technology, we do believe 6 months is unnecessarily too long, because what happens between the allegation and the time the player is punished? Because there's no provision for suspension, it means the player could continue participating in any sports activity to the detriment of the sports. So, Honorable Speaker, I would suggest that a period of 6 months is inordinately too long. We need to look at it whichever way. Probably reduce it to 3 months or even a few weeks or a few days, because nowadays manipulation would start some kind of personal contacts or communication. And that particular communication, if you get a serious investigative agency, they must be able to tie it up and trace the movements from one point to another, so that we avoid this kind of an ordinary delay in that matter. Honorable Speaker, the fines proposed under New Clause 64A, yes, they might be reasonable, but again, yes, we want to criminalize, but we need to not make it extremely too punitive. Sometimes you are manipulated unknowingly. You are manipulated unknowingly. To be punished to this extent, there must be some room of mitigation. And Honorable Speaker,
the Honorable Member for that, yes, what's your point of order? Yes, Jalas, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear Dr. Oundo saying that the proposed fines are very lenient. They should be very punitive, because if you see what it takes for our sportsmen, the training, the vigorous nights that they go through. Mr. Speaker, you yourself, you are a sportsman, and I've seen you participate even in the Bunge FC. Can you imagine if you are going to a match after all this training, then it is a predetermined outcome, or you are part of a team that its members have decided how the match and the scores will be. It's almost like betting. It is almost like wasting people's time. You don't have to wake up, you don't have to train if people have already determined what the scores will be. I think these proposed fines are actually very okay.
Very well,
and Mr. Oundo, you yourself, you are a sports person. I don't know, that's why you actually played football in low levels.
Order.
Chair, Honorable Speaker, let's be proportionate to the awards to the tournament. We used to run CDF tournaments where the awards was 100, 200. Punishing somebody who allegedly conspired to manipulate a game. You are asking him to pay 1 million, and probably what he took home, the award is only 100,000 for the winning team. That's why I'm saying we need to be proportionate.
Oundo, speak to the matter. We shall have the third reading.
Yes, we need to be proportionate. I totally agree, Honorable Speaker, that whatever we establish that there was financial inducement, that must be forfeited. That must be forfeited to the state, because that is extremely unfair. But Honorable Speaker, for us even to start thinking of criminalizing, even putting into law, a matter of integrity goes to the depth, to the heart of the character of this society. Honorable Speaker, we have been conditioned to such an extent that winning seems to be everything. We have pushed our children, we have pushed everybody to an extent that failing to win becomes a source of humiliation. If only we could take sports as a sports, we could take political competition as political competition, that let the people decide. We will never need to get into this legislation. Let people go and compete. Let them go and compete just like anybody else. Honorable Speaker, just like when we used to be young, you'd go to a dance, a night dance, and whoever dances best is one who takes the girl. And there was never war. There was never any fight. There was no manipulation. It was easy. There was no financial inducement, Honorable Speaker. Why can't society get to that level? What stops us doing that, Honorable Speaker? With those few remarks, I support, and I also congratulate Irene. You're on the right part of history, but come where people are. So that we want you back in this house in the 14th Parliament. Linda Mwananchi where people are. Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable KJ. Yes, we...
Mr. Speaker, this is Parliament at work. And I must congratulate my former colleague in our CII committee, who is proving to be a really effective member of Parliament with such amazing legislative proposals as the one that is before us. Mr. Speaker, I do stand to support the amendments that are being proposed by Honorable Irene Nyakerero Mayaka. Mr. Speaker, the reason for supporting these amendments is because I see the legislative effort that the lady is putting into this bill. In clause 2, the Honorable Irene Nyakerero is looking to define manipulation, especially in football matches, Mr. Speaker. And we all know, even watching what has just ended, the World Cup, we know what manipulation does to the sporting game, to the beautiful game, and the effect it has even on the posterity, not only of the players, but also of the game, but even more so, the integrity, Mr. Speaker. And so, she is suggesting that we should input a comprehensive 5-part statutory definition that is covering the critical issues of bribery, of conspiracy, of deliberate underperformance, where teams just decide to give away a match, misuse of insider information, and coercion. And this, Mr. Speaker, if it were the only amendment, it would make grand changes to how the game is played in this country, Mr. Speaker. In clause 3, the Honorable Nyakerero is asking that we should look at the investigative powers for Sports Kenya, and she's seeking to amend section 4, cap 233, which grants Sports Kenya 2 new functions. She is seeking for us to input the power to receive reports of suspected manipulation, and she's also looking to see that if we can look at the mandate to conduct investigations in collaboration with other agencies, as she has provided for in the paragraphs PB. Mr. Speaker, this becomes of great concern to us as Kenyans. Even as we spoke about political integrity, we know how emotive football can get. And we also know that when we speak about corruption, Mr. Speaker, corruption is a vice that pervades beyond just the public offices we speak about, all the way into sporting offices, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of the key reasons that I stand to support this is because of the matters that Honorable Nyakerero brings, where she is seeking to extend the Sports Dispute Tribunal jurisdiction to be able to hear appeals that are arising specifically from Sports Kenya's decisions on manipulation. Mr. Speaker, if we do this, we start walking in the direction of cleaning up the beautiful sport in the Republic. Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that we are legislating at a time when sport is changing drastically, Mr. Speaker. If you looked at the interest in this, in the football of our country, that the interest is that is shown by even the betting firms, it ought to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this law is needed as soon as yesterday. People are placing massive bets on every match that is being played in our stadiums, Mr. Speaker. And so, with this explosion of sports betting, we also must regulate the game so that the game is not manipulated by these people who are in the betting, Mr. Speaker, where we get a case of the tail wagging the dog, where we would want for the dog to be wagging the tail. Mr. Speaker, sports betting becomes a big component of sport globally. But in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, if you were to look at the monies that are in sports betting in our country today, then you would see the reason why it is important for us to institute these changes that Honorable Nyakererio is asking us to do. Mr. Speaker, in clause 5, Honorable Nyakererio is looking to work on the enforcement. Mr. Speaker, there has to be a big stick wielded to ensure the sanity of the game, this very beautiful game. And it becomes even more important, Mr. Speaker, as Kenya seeks to host international derbies and tournaments. Mr. Speaker, not too far away from where I live, not too far away from our constituencies. In fact, it is across the road. In Honorable Jalango's constituency, there is a new massive sports establishment coming up in the name of the Raila Odinga Talanta Stadium, Mr. Speaker. And you can imagine the sporting business that comes about with the improvement of stadia and the improvement of sporting facilities across the country. Not less, Mr. Speaker, the very new stadia that are being built around the country. Mr. Speaker, this parliament is also on record working with the Youth Fund to institute another level of sporting stadia across the Republic, Mr. Speaker, beyond the stadiums that are being built by the national government. This is telling us something, Mr. Speaker, that this parliament has to be alive to the fact that by acting on the sports legislation and laws, we are not only speaking to sport, we are speaking to the livelihood of the people that we represent. This goes beyond football. It goes beyond sports. It goes even into the economy of this country, Mr. Speaker, because we who are in Gando Ward are looking forward to the tournaments that are coming at the end of the year. In fact, there are people in Gando Ward who are already clearing their houses to be able to host spectators who shall be coming for the continental tournaments that will be happening at Talanta Stadium and other stadia in this republic towards the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, I am looking forward to the committee of the whole house so that we would be able to polish some of these recommendations that Honorable Irene Mayaka is proposing, to fine-tune them to a level where we bring our sport to the level where we would want Kenya to be as a leader globally, because, Mr. Speaker, we are reminded very well that it never matters even how many medals we win in athletics. And our athletes are doing great work, especially our middle distance and long distance athletes. They are winning gold medals across the world. However, football remains the sport of our country. In every sense of the word, football is our national sport as a Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And I am coming from a constituency that has produced national stars in football. We are creating stars that go beyond our borders, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about the Dennis Olieches of this world, when we talk about the Marigas of this world, when we talk about the leagues that are playing in the Goreti South constituency, up to and including the tournaments that I was hosting this last weekend and the previous weekend, where we were able to beat some teams from Jalango's constituency, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Jalango ran away with the cup, even when he was playing in our home soil, Mr. Speaker. And this speaks to sport development and the role of the leaders, especially members of parliament. And we are doing this at a time when we know, Mr. Speaker, that NGCDF can no longer be able to fund our sports tournament in the constituency, Mr. Speaker. And so I shall end by saying that because the Constitution devolved sporting and sports promotion to our county governments, we must call upon our governors to take up sports as seriously as they should. We should see governors investing heavily, not only in infrastructure, but also in the youth development of our sports people. Because when our sports people are discovered young, then that talent can be grown to the level which we are seeing happening in places like Rwanda. Mr. Speaker, I really would like to support, and I'm looking forward to the third reading and the committee of the whole house so that I can put in some good input into this very good legislative effort by Honorable Irene Maeka Nyakarerio. Congratulations, my former committee member in the committee of CII, and I know you're doing amazing jobs as a chairperson in another committee, from the committee that has produced more chairpersons than any other committee in the life of this 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Very well. Before the next speaker, let's acknowledge in the presence of both the Speaker's Gallery and the Public Gallery the following schools. Silibwet Junior of Kurusoi South Constituency, Nakuru. We also have Magenge Mixed Senior School of Bomachoge Borabu in Kisii. And also we have Kiunoyani Primary and Junior School from Makwiny in Makwiny County. And also have St. Paul's School from Samburu Central Constituency, Samburu County. And finally, the Modern Academy School from Kiminini, Trans Nzoia County. The Honorable Zamzam, and then we can come to the Honorable Meli.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kumpongeza dadangu mdogo wangu Mheshimiwa Irene Mayaka kwa kuweza kuleta marekebisho katika katiba ibara 24A ambayo yameonelea kuwa ni muhimu sana, na sote katika bunge hili na imani sote tunaona kuwa ikiwa kutakuwa na udanganyifu katika michezo, wewe kama referee unalipwa kihongo, unaambiwa nataka ule mpira ukienda hivi piga firimbi useme umekwenda hivi. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya ni mambo ambayo yanatendeka sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Unaangalia goalkeeper, yeye mpira unakuja vizuri ambao anaweza kaushika Mheshimiwa Spika, anaacha mpira uingie ndani. Kwa sababu gani? Amepewa kitu kidogo ili ile timu nyingine iweze kushinda Mheshimiwa Spika. Huu udanganyifu umeweza kuwafanya wanamichezo wengi, hasa katika soka, wengi wamekuwa na kuvunjika moyo Mheshimiwa Spika. Watoto wetu kule Mombasa, nikiangalia kutoka Shanzu mpaka kule Punguvila Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia watoto kutoka Mbuta wanang'ang'ana, wanacheza mpira mpaka wanaongaonga, wanatafuta yani wanaungaunga wapate pesa waweze kuja kushindana na timu za kutoka nje ya kaunti yao. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo kama haya ndio yanafanya wale wanaisha nguvu. Unaona timu imekaa vizuri, unaona kabisa vizuri hii timu ndio imeelekea kupata ushindi na inacheza vizuri, lakini kile ukiangalia refa, ukiangalia goalkeeper ana mchezo wa goji kirba Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hino sheria ikiweza kuwekwa na kuzingatiwa, na hata nimemsikia ndugu yangu akisema kuwa hawa wasipewe faini ya juu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwizi ni mwizi japo mdogo ni mwizi. Anaanza na chini, akifika juu atakuwa shabobea Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo ikiwa hapa chini katika hizi tournaments zetu, na Mheshimiwa amezungumza Mheshimiwa Kiare, hizi mpira na mimi naona ilikuwa wabunge wanafanya vizuri sana. Siku hizi mmeziweka katika kaunti ya tusikii mpira wala ukwaju Mheshimiwa Spika. Watoto wamekaa wanahangaika kule chini, skuli zikifungwa Mheshimiwa Spika, hatuoni hizi mpira zikifanywa. Mimi ningeomba ziweze kuregeshwa katika kitengo cha wabunge ili waweze kuendelea na kazi nzuri ambayo walikuwa wanaifanya Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii faini ya milioni 1, mimi nasema Mheshimiwa Mayaka umeka chini sana. Maanake sisi tukitaka kupigana na ukora, tukitaka kupigana na hongo, ubadhirifu katika taifa, lazima tuweke sheria ambazo ni sheria ngumu. Mtu akifikiria anaenda kufungwa gerezani, anaenda kulipa milioni 5, mtu anaamua hapana, mimi sitaki hongo, acha nifanye haki, nisimame na haki. Na hivyo ndio taifa takavyokwenda mbele Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo hata nimemsikia Mheshimiwa Ondo akisema sijui linda nani. Ikiwa hii ndio vile unavyotaka kuja na hiyo na hiyo yenu, basi itakuwa Kenya mwairegesha miaka 60 nyuma Mheshimiwa Spika. Sisi hapa mahali tumekaa na naangalia ile ilikuwa manifesto ya baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Ni baba Raila Amolo Odinga alisema nataka Kenya iwe na infrastructure, iwe na miundo misingi, iwe inaweza kukaa vizuri. Lakini Mheshimiwa Ondo nimeona ni wenu kule akizungumza kuwa hataki hayo maendeleo, anataka freedom of speech. Mheshimiwa Spika, uhuru wa kuzungumza huko, lakini huo uhuru wa kuzungumza atakuja kuulizwa, tunataka ajira hana, tunataka hospitali hana, tunataka sijui stadium hana. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima wajue kiongozi wa taifa ni yule ambaye amekaa kaelekea vizuri, akajua hawa vijana, oil refinery ikija kule Lamu, ile oil refinery inaweza kufungua uchumi wa taifa, vijana wote wakapata ajira pale ndani ya bahari. Kila dakika 4 iwe meli inaingia ya kuleta vifaa na kuleta biashara, vijana watakuwa wanajiajira. Na hiyo ndio akili ya William Samoei Ruto, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa tu by the way niweze kumwelekeza ndugu yangu Oundo, nimwambie wakati mwingine kama mnajipanga katika uongozi wa juu, ndio kama vile Mheshimiwa Rais William Samoei Ruto anasema, jipangeni na mimi nimejipanga. Kwa hiyo sisi tunajua pale mbele mambo yatakuwa sawa, nyinyi njooni na sisi tutakuja, lakini Kenya wanataka maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikirudi katika mada ya leo, ukiangalia katika nini ya kimataifa, wale ambao wamesimamia michezo katika anga za kimataifa wameweka penalties ama wameweka fine ambayo ni kubwa sana, na wameweka mazingatio mazito ambayo kwamba hata ule mpira wa kitaifa sisi leo tunaupenda. Mimi ni Manchester United, baba alikuwa Arsenal, lakini mimi nilimpenda hivyo hivyo japokuwa mimi ni Manchester United. Mheshimiwa Spika, utaona Kenya kila mtu anakimbia ule mpira wa kimataifa. Kwa nini? Umewekwa kwenye nidhamu kuanzia chini mpaka pale ulipofika juu. Lakini ukija hapa Kenya katika taifa letu, watu wanahongwa huku, mwingine anahongwa huku, mwingine hata leo sasa mimi nikijaribu kuzungumza, jamani, mheshimiwa tu hapa anatuambia kuwa hii itolewe. Jamani, inatolewa vipi? Sisi wenyewe tuwaona ni ndogo hii fine, kwa sababu tunataka na sisi tupate kina Ronaldo kutoka hapa Kenya. Tunataka na sisi tucheze mpira kama vile Cameroon, kama vile South Africa, na wengine wanabobea, wanafika katika anga za kimataifa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini hii match fixing na betting ndio zimekuja kuharibu hili taifa. Mimi kama hao mambo yanaendelea, mimi nazidi kuyakemea, na nikwambie Mheshimiwa Irene Mayaka, Kisii ama ni wapi kule Nyamira, msipomchagua huyu mama kama mama county wenu, tumregeshe hapa bunge, haya mambo mazuri anayopangia taifa hamtaweza kuyaona. Kwa hiyo mimi nakupongeza sana, na niseme Mheshimiwa Spika, mgema kisifiwa tembo ulitia maji. Na hapa tulipofika sasa ni mambo kangaja, huenda yakaja na yashafika bungeni. Mheshimiwa Spika, lazima tuangalie hino sheria iweze kupita. Mimi nangoja kuja kusoma mara ya 3 Mheshimiwa Spika, niweze kujikakamua kama mama Mombasa County, ambayo tulikuwa na kina Abbas, the best goalkeeper in Kenya ilikuwa Mahmoud Abbas kutoka Mombasa County, lakini walikuwa na nidhamu wakati wakina Mlamba, wakina nani, nilikuwa nasikia tu ule mpira ukichengwa chengwa, sisi tulikuwa wadogo, lakini ilikuwa mpira unachezwa kwa nidhamu. Saizi watu wamezunguka watoto wadogo wale, vingine wanawafanya vingine. Hata Mheshimiwa Mayaka, ni jambo lingine ambalo ungeweza kulieka pale. Wengine watoto wanaenda kucheza mpira vizuri, yule goalkeeper anarudi nyuma anafanya pia, yule ambaye anawafunza kule anarudi nyuma anawafanya mambo mengine. Kwa hiyo ni mambo ambayo tuangalie toka chini tunavyokuza talanta. Hii sheria iweze kufuatwa kwa msururu ambao uko sawa. Watoto wetu wakienda kucheza mpira pia waangalie viwanja vyao viko sawa. Ndio maana unaona hapa wengine hawataki kusema Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini mimi najua ile Talanta Stadium inawaumiza wengi sana. Haijajengwa pale Nairobi peke yake. Kule Mombasa pia tuna stadium yetu ambayo ilikuwa imekaa, lakini Mheshimiwa Rais ametuwekea 1.5 billion ili tuweze kukuza talanta za watoto wetu. Ukiangalia pale Likoni kumewekwa stadium nyingine. Ukienda kule Kwale, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna stadium kubwa ambayo imejengwa na William Samoei Ruto. Kwa hiyo sisi tunasema mtu akiwa anafanya kazi apewe sifa yake. Na nyinyi mtazungumza hapa kwa sababu ulianza. Mimi mambo mama Mombasa huwa anajua kuyamaliza. Wewe umeanza ukatuambia sijui tuende wapi, tuende Linda, hatuendi Linda. Sisi tumekaa hapa mahali pamenyooka, stadium tunaona, barabara tunaziona, miundo misingi tunaiona, na William Samoei Ruto ametujengea watoto wetu ma stadium ya talanta. Huyu ndio sisi tunasema tuenda naye. Na hii ibara 64(1)(a) hii mimi nakwambia dadangu Irene, umefanya kazi nzuri sana, watoto wetu waweze kuangaliwa, hakuna mambo ya kuiba mpira, kwa sababu hivyo ndo wengine pengine wamepanga wizi mwingine tofauti, sio? Lakini huu mpira ukianza kuibwa sasa na sisi tunyamaze, wataiba zile funds, wataiba wakiendelea mbele na mbele. Kwa hiyo sisi tunazuia corruption kuanzia hapa chini mpaka kufika juu. Lakini kwa haya yote mimi nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika, na nasema Kenya imenyoka. Na imenyoka. Uliona vile walikuwa confused jana kwa TV. Kenya imenyoka na William Samoei Ruto. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Kiswahili kali sana. Order members, let me further acknowledge in the presence of Speaker's Gallery the following schools. Nakuru East Primary and Junior School from Nakuru North Constituency, Nakuru County. We also have the Shiners Education Center from Keses Constituency, Uasin Gishu. And let me give the Honorable Barongo to just welcome the schools. He also plays number 5 for Bunge FC, but you're not speaking on this now. Just welcome the schools.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you also for, praising my football prowess on the pitch. Let me also acknowledge your incredible talent. Recently, you have made moves that have really amazed a lot of us on that pitch. May you continue doing that. I would like to take great pleasure to welcome Magenge Senior School, seated in the gallery, and also to welcome the other accompanying schools to the House of Parliament. Magenge is one of the most popular schools in my constituency that has consistently posted excellent results over the years, preparing so many students and Kenyans for greater careers in their lives. I would like to welcome you to the House of Parliament. Here we oversight, we represent, and we legislate on behalf of Kenyans. And I want to wish you very well as you continue exploring in and out of the precincts of Parliament. And as you will be heading home, I would like to wish you a safe journey. Great. In conclusion, I know that today you did not use your own means to arrive here, but in the final year of my term, we are allocating some money to buy your bus so that in future you can regularly visit Parliament and enjoy that which clearly is meant to open your eyes to the future that is great, and we wish you very well in your studies as you continue to study. And I want to say that I'm very proud of the work that the teachers are doing, the work that you're doing, and I'm proud of the parents who continue to sustain you as you pursue your education.
Very well.
I thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, the Honorable Julius Melly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the Sports Amendment Bill 2026 by Honorable Irene Mayaka. This bill, Mr. Speaker, speaks to actually the discipline that is supposed to be in the sports industry. Mr. Speaker, as much as we talk about the multi-billion business in the sports, sports is as old as mankind. It has been practiced by cultures, by communities across several generations. And every sport, Mr. Speaker, is a sport of contests. It can be done by individuals, either in form of athletics or track. It can also be done by teams, Mr. Speaker, especially maybe football, basketball, name them. There are so many teams that participate in sports. Mr. Speaker, this bill is actually the software which we need in this country to manage sports and put Kenya the rightful place in the international arena. Mr. Speaker, our president has done immensely, especially in establishing sports fields, stadiums. Every county, most of our counties today, I was in Wajir, we were in Busia, we were in Bungoma when we had Madaraka Day. The kind of what our president has done in a record 3 years, very few administrations in this country have done since independence. When we look at Talanta Stadium, or what we call Raila Odinga International Stadium, it is one of its own kind in this region. No country can compare with it in this particular part of the world. To make sports actually a game that is going to be very supportive, that is going to thrills everyone. For example, what we are talking about as we speak today, when you see football in this country, and many members in this house are fans of football, and every time when a game is played and there is no discipline, there is much manipulation, there is much bribery, there is much corruption, you'll realize that Kenyans across at times participate in betting. Mr. Speaker, what this bill tries to cure is to really to bring discipline into the football games, into all sporting activities. And it is putting Kenya in the world map. Every sport or every time a game is manipulated, let me use that right word, it is actually results are corrupted. Every time a sport is bribed, the faith and the discipline and even the enthusiasm of the sports person or morale goes down. In effect, as a teacher, Mr. Speaker, you'll realize that students, fans fight and they cause serious injuries, even as a result of this manipulation. They even actually demotivates the players themselves. I've seen cases where we have match fixing. Match fixing actually kills the morale of the coach, it kills the morale of the participants, it kills the morale of the fans, it kills the morals of the sponsors, the people who give money to ensure that these games go on. So in effect, this bill is trying to create actually an environment where we are going to grow sports in this country and make Kenya the star of Africa as it is, and to make it a place where we can host international sports. In this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, I want to just say that Irene has done a good job, and especially on 2 or 3 main issues. One, in section 2, or cap 2 to 3, she tries to explain, this bill tries to explain what is sports manipulation. What does it entail? Up to now, the sports amendment bill or the sports bill has never explained about issues of manipulation, fixing, bribery, and even buying. Let me use, not buying or participating in corrupt deals to actually give wrong results. In clause 2, in clause 3, Mr. Speaker, it gives powers to Sports Kenya. This is an institution which is very strong in this country, to investigate, to bring into book people involved in manipulating results out of sports. Mr. Speaker, this has been actually wanting. Every other time when we have issues of sports manipulation or actually manipulating results, the victims end up without any recourse. But now this bill gives powers to Sports Kenya to carry out the investigation, give reports, and be able to table those reports and take corrective measures to those who are involved in it. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important thing. When you look at the Football Federation, when you look at the Olympic Games, when you look at all Africa Games and all sporting entities across the globe, they have a cause of recourse in the event that there's a dispute that arises out of match manipulation. Mr. Speaker, we also have the issue of sports tribunal. Actually, it gives the mandate of Sports Kenya to ensure that the sports tribunal be able to listen and be able to carry out a determination if there is any dispute arising out of the manipulation that is coming out. And more importantly, if there's a dispute that has come out of any football, any track field events, or any other particular activity. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we need to know as a country, Kenya is actually the sporting nation #1 of Africa. And we say this has arisen out of what our government has done. If you look at all our regions, sportsmen, you can find coaches who actually try to induce athletes to actually take drugs enhancing, what we call energy enhancing drugs. That is part and parcel of what we are calling manipulation. The coaches, all the people involved are ruining lives of youngsters. They are ruining their future by just manipulating them, by not telling them good results come out of discipline. Good results come out of proper training. Good results come out of persistent competition. In this particular case, this bill is going to treat and carry out penalties on individuals. I want to disagree with Honorable Undo, who is one of our good members of this House, that the penalties that we are given in Section 5.4 are not very punitive. Imagine the lives of youngsters ruined as a result of match fixing. For example, an upcoming football club. For example, an upcoming athlete who has been cheated or who has been actually induced by coaches to take enhancing drugs to participate in athletics. They will never recover. And the penalty that we have here is even, I want to say, is not punitive enough to stop this very bad behavior. Honorable Speaker, you will realize that the standing of Kenya in the international field is going to be at a very high level out of this bill. That right now we will be recognized as having a disciplined, a working legislative act which will be able to allow even more international sporting activities to be carried out in this country. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, you'll realize that this particular bill is looking into that Kenya sports betting industry. I want to speak to that because we bet for good results. Youngsters and people across the globe have a very strong market through proper run games. Imagine individuals, investors have put their money and the sport is manipulated. They lose trust and then therefore the industry will collapse. And this one is a very important thing. Lastly, look at our schools. And I want to laud what our government has done, Honorable Speaker, that the President has managed to employ 120,000 teachers to carry out learners and develop talents. The employment of 120,000 teachers is equivalent to, Honorable Speaker, and I want to tell the country, about 24 years. By previous administration have been employing 2,500, at most 5,000. 2,500, 5,000. It will have taken this country a record 30 or 40 years to employ that group of teachers. And this is where talent are being actually developed, it is being grown, and we are asking that let this talent of sports be disciplined from basic school all the way to universities. I support, and I think we need.
Daktari Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in appreciating the good work being done by Honorable Mayaka, who happens to be the chairperson of my committee. It's a statement of fact, Honorable Speaker, that Honorable Mayaka, being a first-termer, has actually performed beyond expectation. And that's why she has won a number of awards for the good work she is doing. And this is one of them. The Sports Amendment Bill 2026, Honorable Speaker. When I look at this bill, Honorable Speaker, it is a bill which is intended to provide a legal framework which at the end of the day will improve integrity of our sports in the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this animal called sports manipulation, or fixing of matches, Honorable Speaker, is a common problem. And it should be of concern to every Kenyan, either a sportsman or a sportswoman, that this is happening. Why am I saying so, Honorable Speaker? This is because the manipulation, Honorable Speaker, renders a number of things render some of the things become very, very useless. One of them, Honorable Speaker, is that we know it takes a lot of time to train to be an excellent spokesperson. And in a situation where we allow fixing of either a match or an event, Honorable Speaker, what happens is basically then, Honorable Speaker, that effort is actually not rewarded accordingly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have also seen a case where a team or an individual would underperform for purposes of the opponent winning for a desired future gain, Honorable Speaker, so that at the end of the day, you underperform so that the other person wins, and at the end of the day, then you are able to be rewarded for that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what has that done? It makes teams, Honorable Speaker, which are not the best win. And imagine, Honorable Speaker, you have gone to a stadium, Honorable Speaker, and you have paid for your ticket, hoping that you will get the best out of the match. And then at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, there is match fixing. And the team, which is not the best team, wins. I'm sure you agree with me, Honorable Speaker, that you will not have gotten value for money. So in that case, Honorable Speaker, I think that's why I want to agree with these amendments. And one of them, which I totally agree with the Honorable Speaker, and I wish there was a way of enhancing it, is how we are saying, if you are caught to have participated in manipulation of either a match or another thing, Honorable Speaker, that you pay a fine of 1 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, I think really this should be enhanced so that the penalty becomes more punitive, Honorable Speaker, and then in that case, then you can stop this thing. The other thing, and which is also very interesting, Honorable Speaker, is what we are saying, that, Honorable Speaker, if it happens that you have manipulated a match, Honorable Speaker, the proceeds of that should also be taken over by the state. Another good proposal, Honorable Speaker, because there will be then no reason why it should go to that extent to manipulate, Honorable Speaker. The other thing also, Honorable Speaker, is addressing is the tribunal, Honorable Speaker, the sports tribunal, where we are saying in case you feel like you want to appeal, then we give you an opportunity, and this is important, Honorable Speaker, so that we don't punish people who might not have participated effectively in the manipulation. I think that is really good for this country, so that we don't just lock the door, that if you are caught, you are punished, and you can't appeal. And I think the appealing process, Honorable Speaker, will allow people then to say, I'm not the one who either initiated it, or I was not an active participant in the manipulation, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill, Honorable Speaker, I think really Kenya is a country, because we are a very serious country when it comes to sports, would gain much by passing this bill. And that's why I think really we are enhancing the existing act so that we get it right, Honorable Speaker, and more so in the area of legal framework. That at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, we will be able to see fair competition so that if I'm the best, I come out as the best. And on the basis of emerging out as the best, Honorable Speaker, I'm rewarded accordingly. To me, that is very, very important. And that's why I want to join all the colleagues who have spoken about this bill, Honorable Speaker. That's why I want to say I really support it 100%, Honorable Speaker. And that's why I'm saying I'll be, during the third reading, I'll be here to make sure that all these amendments, Honorable Speaker, are carried. I would just wish that, Honorable Speaker, that we've seen a situation where second reading takes place. I know now we have about a year to go, Honorable Speaker. Because I've been in this house for long, I hope that the House business will be able to fast track the third reading so that we get this bill behind us. Otherwise, we don't be surprised, Honorable Speaker, to find this coming in the next Parliament. So we have about 6 months of active work in the House, because I'm sure from March not many people will be here. So I wish that we could just fast track it and this becomes an act of Parliament. It will help this country. It will go a long way, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that our sportsmen and women are rewarded accordingly. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill and wish Mayaka well as she moves to the next stage with this bill. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members. We have the following schools in the public gallery and the speaker's gallery, and we want to acknowledge their presence in this house. Itibo Boys Primary School from Kitutu Church North, Kisii County. We also have Chemamul Boys High School from Belgut, Kericho. And we also have Mount Ararat Shiner School from Anaiboi, Ainabkoi constituency in Wasingishu. And then we have Sururu Second School from Njoro constituency in Nakuru. Having done that, the next to speak on this is the Honorable Karoli Omondi. Okay, let me allow the Honorable Member for Kisii to welcome the students, and then we can listen to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, it's a privilege to have our daughters and sons in the house, and I want to welcome them, all of you. It's a privilege. I don't take it for granted. You will learn so many things on responsibilities. When you go back home, you will have a lot of stories to tell your friends, even your parents. You know, the first time when we came to Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, is when we had finished Form 4. So when I look up at Itibo from Kisii, I see their young girls and boys, their young boys and the other schools. So work hard, it really pays. You are not doing it for your parents or your friends, you are doing it for yourself. Believe in yourself. The best gift you can give yourself is to work hard, obey your teachers, avoid exchanging love letters. The beautiful ones are not yet born. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would want to ask the Honorable Karoli, maybe allow other members to speak to this because you're representing the chair, and then we bring you later. So let's have Honorable Jalango.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to, from the onset, appreciate Irene Mayaka for this bill. And I will want to first really dispute the punity that we want to deal with those people who are involved in match fixing. Match fixing is criminal. Some of us here were born, and it is our talents that got us to be known, to be able to make a name and even be here. Can you imagine if everything that you are doing is already predetermined? Match fixing, Your Excellency, number one, creates loss of trust. Loss of trust in the competition, loss of trust in the games, loss of trust even in the players. I really know that even you, Mr. Speaker, seated there today, you would have wished to be in the gallery today to speak into this as a sportsman. It would be very sad that you are able to train and be able to push yourself, hoping for results that will be determined by the talent and the hard work you've been putting in the practice and in the training fields, only for somebody somewhere to have it predetermined because he's been paid, or somebody else somewhere is pushing them to fix a match. There's also damage of reputation, mostly to sports persons who have been involved in match fixing. There are so many talents that we've been able to lose. People who were so good at what they do, and there's somebody somewhere came out and lied to the player that they would be able to fix a match and be able to earn some money. When they are caught, we lose great talents to these match fixing issues. Then the financial losses that comes into this thing is even bigger. Sports is one of the biggest revenue earners in this country and even worldwide. You can't mention top 10 most richest people in the world without mentioning some of the top sportsmen who've been able to make their livelihood out of their talent. And it will be very sad that some of these people who are caught into match fixing lose their credibility, lose their reputation, and are always condemned not to participate into these games, meaning they lose a lot beyond their talent. The financial impact is even much bigger. I want to take this opportunity to, from the onset, to appreciate what Irene Mayaka, the women rep, the incoming women rep of Nyamira County, has been able to create. She is a powerful woman who's been able to put some legislations and some bills, and this is just one of them that will go to the books, that later our sportsmen will know that in the 13th Parliament, there was a woman, a powerful lady in the name of Irene Mayaka, who stood with the sports people, the sports person, that their hard work in the fields, their hard work in the practice, their hard work with their talent was actualized by the fact that it was fair competition from the word go because of the punitive, how do I put it? The charges that are being here, the amount of money that you have to pay if you are caught into the match fixing. And all said and done, sports is growing in this country, across the country. Let me talk even in my constituency. And I want to tell the MP of Kibra, Talanta Sports Field does not lie in Kibra constituency. Talanta is in Langata. From the onset, I want to tell him, Kibra constituency ends. We've been having a back and forth around where does Raila, Odinga International Talanta Stadium lies. It is in Langata constituency, Karen Ward. He should stay guided. He should stay guided that this stadium, even when it was being launched, I was the only member of parliament who was there. Where was he for him now to claim that Talanta is in Kibra constituency? It is in Langata constituency, Karen Ward. He should be guided. That facility alone will provide one of the best facilities in this country for sports talent, sports development. Can you imagine having that stadium built to the standards? Then we have somebody fixing matches in that stadium. It will be a shame. It will even be a shame to Baba Raila Odinga, whose name has been used in naming this stadium. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate Irene Mayaka for this bill. And I can't wait for the third reading. I will be here to again support and make sure that it sails. And just like we've said, let's hasten our speed around some of these works and some of these good bills so that they see the light of day in the 13th Parliament. I submit, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Yes, let me again acknowledge in the presence of the Speaker's Gallery, the following schools who have visited this House of Parliament. We have Huti Primary School from Madhioya constituency in Muranga County. And then we also have Kedoa Girls from Kipkelion East, Kericho. On behalf of the members of this House and the House at large, I welcome you. But we have the Member of Parliament for Kipkelion East. Yes, please welcome the schools that are in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the schools who are visiting our Parliament this evening, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, among those schools are Kedoa Girls. Kedoa Girls, Mr. Speaker, is one of the prime schools we have in my constituency, Kipkelion East. And Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage our students who are visiting Parliament to use it as an experience in their learning and also as laboratories for their success in future, Mr. Speaker. I want also to have learned, Mr. Speaker, that this week, most of those students who are visiting this parliament, Mr. Speaker, are candidates of this year's exams. I want also to wish them on behalf of our August House, or the 13th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I want to wish them all the best in their forthcoming exams, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the bill that has been crafted by Irene Mayaka. This is a bill number 5, Sports Amendment Bill of 2026. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very timely, Mr. Speaker, because it's aimed at stemming match fixing, Mr. Speaker. And we know there are many flaws of match fixing, Mr. Speaker. For example, it contributes to financial loss. Mr. Speaker, imagine you've placed a bet, and then someone is doing match fixing, Mr. Speaker. There you incur losses as the one who has placed the bet. At the same time, the betting company loses money, Mr. Speaker. Again, another flaw of match fixing, Mr. Speaker. It encourages corruption, Mr. Speaker. Bribing referees, bribing the sportsmen and sportswomen, all this contributes or promotes corruption within the sport as a field, Mr. Speaker. Another very serious or gross flaw or negativity of match fixing, Mr. Speaker, it dilutes the reputation of sports, Mr. Speaker, and as a result discourages sportsmen and sportwomen from participating in sport, particularly the youth, Mr. Speaker. And this is a vice that we have to tame, Mr. Speaker. It also dilutes public confidence in sports, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I say this is a very timely piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, to tame match fixing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ultimate goal of this particular piece of legislation is to promote integrity, Mr. Speaker, and that will align ourselves with Article 10 of the Constitution that promotes integrity and fairness. More so in this perspective in competition, Mr. Speaker. It aims to criminalize match fixing, Mr. Speaker, or manipulation of sports competition, Mr. Speaker. It promotes or aligns Kenyan sports to international standards on integrity within sport as a field or as a discipline, Mr. Speaker. And that will put Kenya in the same category like other successive nations, Mr. Speaker, like Portugal, Italy, Germany, South Korea, and Spain, which won the World Cup, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill will also strengthen cooperation among sports organizations. I'm talking of betting regulators, the law enforcement agencies in investigating and preventing any form of manipulation within sport as a discipline, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, in a nutshell, the bill proposes, that is in clause 4 of the bill, it proposes offenses of manipulation of sports, Mr. Speaker, and that is making it unlawful to intentionally influence outcome of any sport event, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, the bill proposes to prohibit betting-related corruption, Mr. Speaker, which is a serious vice, Mr. Speaker. Also, it proposes criminalizing criminal penalties for offenders, Mr. Speaker, that is clause 5 of the particular bill, Mr. Speaker, and also allows confiscation of proceeds obtained from match fixing, Mr. Speaker. And these are some of the very punitive measures, Mr. Speaker, which is going to discourage people from participating in match fixing, Mr. Speaker. What will be the likely outcome, Mr. Speaker, of passing this particular bill? Allow me to shed light on this, Mr. Speaker. And one of the very possible outcomes is going to restore public confidence in sports as a discipline, Mr. Speaker. And this is going to enhance credibility, particularly in sports, and ensure those who participate in sporting events are actually rewarded for effort they have given to the sport activity as a discipline, Mr. Speaker. It is going to promote healthy competition in sports, and that is going to promote also fair betting and make also betting companies, as well as those betting, not incur and undue losses, Mr. Speaker, as a result of match fixing, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in summary, I fully support this legislation, this amendment, Mr. Speaker, because as indicated in the bill, the bill is supposed to amend Sports Act, Cap 2223, and that's why I say this is going to strengthen sporting activities in Kenya and make sport a very encouraging discipline, Mr. Speaker. And so many of our sportsmen and sportswomen will gain serious rewards or benefits from having this legislation passed by this House. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I submit and I support the bill. Thank you.
Yeah, the Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the amendment bill of sports, Mr. Speaker, and to thank Irene and to really appreciate that the work she has done in this House. I am praying and hoping the people of Nyamira will look at her as a leader, as a legislator, and bring her back in this House as elected as their women rep in 2027. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I am one person, and I want to thank you because you've also supported us in Sports in Dagoretti North for many years. That carries a lot of young people who believe in sports. You find the best teams in Nairobi, most of them are in Dagoretti North. Mseto FC, Dagoretti North Hot Stars, Dago Stormers, Maranatha, and many others. And Mr. Speaker, you realize we also celebrate the girls who have played for this country, who came from Dagoretti Mixed. And they have done this sport. And then when you realize that we don't even have a bill to deal, or an act of parliament to deal with these manipulations that we find in sports, then that is where now we fail when we are building talents for our young people. So for me, the first thing that Irene is now doing for us is to bring in a strong law that also has penalties, that you can face a life ban, you can face suspension, you can be fined if you are found fix matching or match fixing. And Mr. Speaker, what we need also is education for both our sportsmen and women. And this is not just about football. It's about the athletics that we have. It's about any sports that we have in this country. Remember, nowadays, it is sports that will give you a scholarship even to go to university. It gives you a scholarship to go abroad, Mr. Speaker. And so if we do not train ourselves and recognize and report even the attempts of all this, then we'll find ourselves in a crisis. But for me, knowing very well next year we will be also having AFCON, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we must fast track this bill, is that it is important. It puts Kenya at a very high level in terms of respecting sports and ensuring that we have the rules and regulations that run our sports. Mr. Speaker, you realize even our reporting system, when you look at the bill, it is now trying to bring in a better way of having a reporting system. You realize, Mr. Speaker, in betting, if we do not monitor, you find that when betting companies, sometimes when you look at the betting, you find it sometimes very unusual, and you're wondering why. It is because they have already known, they can even, if you follow through, you'll find they know the team that will win. And so they push you in a very unusual pattern, Mr. Speaker. And so those are some of the things we are saying.
Honorable Achi, how
Yes.
do they know the team that will win?
When you are betting, you see when you are betting, see you see how the pattern is just going. You find this pattern, the pattern is very unusual, and you are wondering, is that the team that, and you'll find the team will win, Mr. Speaker. So even them, they always know. So it is important, even when we are putting in this bill, to monitor and regulate also our betting companies. They play a big role in this fixed matching, Mr. Speaker. It is important to have an independent investigation, and I believe even as we come to the third reading, we shall try our best to ensure we now ensure you can also have a team that can also follow when people are complaining, Mr. Speaker. We must work with the international and cooperate with them, because remember, it sort of goes cross-border. It operates across board. You find you're playing with Tanzania or Uganda, and guys can just play the game also there. And even internationally, we have seen. And so this is one act of parliament that is going to really make us clean our sports. You realize it's not just about that. You find even in high school, Mr. Speaker, today you find some schools, they just decide to bring in non-students to be put in a team. So you're seeing young people just flopping and the ball is just going and people are playing well. They have done, it's the same mistake where you take students who are non-student and you put them in the field to play with students. And so verification is very critical, even in our national sports that we have for our schools. We must do verification that students who are in those games are students of those schools, not a school where you decide it is rugby and you have brought in the real professionals to play rugby with young students and you wonder what is happening. And when you look at them, you realize, that person is supposed to be in campus, not in high school. So those things are there, Mr. Speaker. And when we are dealing with this bill, we have to also look at that also. So it's important because this is the only place where you find young people can even be employed. You remember, Mr. Speaker, when we were in high school and you were a good volleyballer, you are a good player of basket, you'd be taken by the companies. I don't know what happened to that. And we need to bring that trend back. It used to help many young people in high school. They will finish playing. When they close school, you go play for transport, Transcom, all those girls from Mukumo, from Moi, they would go, Lugulu. They were the best volleyballers, and that is how they joined all these national sports that we could see those days. And I'm hoping with Safaricom Dimba, they can also do the same. Because Safaricom is supporting our young people, yes, but we need to ask ourselves, how do they move to now the next level? They will go regional, Mr. Speaker. You'll find our students in Rwanda performing very highly. And so we have to also, even as we do all this, agree that it is important to create sports to be sports where people will benefit the way students in the US are benefiting in Europe, and so our young people the same. So for me, the most important thing, I have had many of us, some complaining about the fine. Mr. Speaker, the fine needs to go even higher, because don't forget, you kill. You realize when you are banned in athletics, when you have done doping, you are banned sometimes life. You're given a life ban, Mr. Speaker. And so let us be serious. If we want to make this sector become a sector that can help our young people, let us put in rules and regulations and laws that can support the whole system, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to thank Mayaka and to tell her it's not just me. I think the girls who are right now in Morocco will celebrate you, because we were with them when you told them that you are doing, you're coming into Parliament to ensure this bill goes through. And we are praying for them. I am hoping the under 17 will perform, and I know they will perform. They've gone to the World Cup. This is the second time they are pushing themselves. So let us wish them well and let us support them as much as they are far. They are not far, they are in Morocco, but let us support them. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, and I hope, as everyone has said, that we shall push this bill and ensure we pass it before we go for our long recess. Thank you.
The Honorable Umi Harun.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very great bill that my sister, Honorable Irene Mayaka, has brought to the floor. Mr. Speaker, this bill is very timely, and I think it is going to restore integrity in our sports, because Kenya has not yet reached where we need to be globally due to the gaps in law that we have. Mr. Speaker, countries like Spain have fielded young boys below the age of 18 who even represented them to the level of the World Cup, which was just played recently.
Yes, that boy was called Kubasi.
Yamil, he's called Yamal, Lamine Yamal, a very young man who I really admire how he plays his sports. And this is because such countries have prepared themselves, both in their infrastructure and in their laws. Mr. Speaker, we have a very great president who has put so much effort in developing the infrastructure of our sports and taking our country forward. Even in the agendas that we hear, is that we are supposed to go to and reach the levels of Singapore, Mr. Speaker. And for us to reach Singapore, we must match in our legislations. And thus, this is one of the bills that will take us there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate my sister, because we have also seen the sports like Kenya has gained a lot of admiration in our sports, such as athletics, and we need to reach and achieve that even across different sports, the likes of athletics, Mr. Speaker. Our rugby players must also get that recognition. Our athletics team must also get them, Mr. Speaker, and we must be able to support such bills so that we can grow our sports and also grow and create jobs for the young people who are playing this particular sports. Mr. Speaker, the passion for this bill does not come out of nowhere, because Honorable Irene Mayaka has shown a lot of great interest from the time she was nominated to this House, and even before she joined the House, Mr. Speaker, she has always been very passionate. And I think the likes of her in this House will take our country forward, Mr. Speaker. And I want to let the young people of the country know that we have a great leader in her, and we should support the likes of Honorable Irene to be able to have such great bills. Mr. Speaker, we have the Talanta Academy that Kenya had proposed 2 years ago. Such academies will be able to grow the talents of the young footballers that we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, I come from Garissa County, and we have a football team called Motown Boys. And instead of spending so much time watching Arsenal, which is my team, I would also want to watch Motown in the international spaces. We also had a young man called Shano and Ramos who went to international trials, but they did not succeed, not because they lack the capacity and the talent, but because we are not yet there as a country. So, Mr. Speaker, such laws will provide the platform and give our young boys the talent and the support and the logistics that they need to go there, Mr. Speaker. And for us as a House, we need to match the energy that our President has in providing quality laws so that we can be able to achieve visions like Singapore and achieve our visions like having young boys, like I said, Yamal Lamine, who is also a young man. There are many Yamals in this country, Mr. Speaker, and we must give them that support. And it starts from accepting such a beautiful bill so that we can grow forward as a country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jared Okello. Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, firstly, let me thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on this, and additionally thank my sister, Honorable Mayaka, for birthing this great bill. Honorable Mayaka has been known to be a very prolific bills writer, and this is not just her first. She has facilitated and sponsored many bills into this House, and therefore really meriting the nomination that she was given by the biggest political party in Africa, Orange Democratic Movement Party of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, what she has done is a demonstration that she can move from a nominated slot to a universal suffrage election by Nyamira people. And I want to let people of Nyamira to know that in Honorable Mayaka, they have a jewel that they should protect, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a match fixing is criminal. You know, to be an imposter is criminal. To carry out plagiarism is criminal. So much less this, where people manipulate the processes to have undue advantage over other players or over other teams, Honorable Speaker. And it has to be treated as such. It is criminal. Honorable Speaker, the last 5 years, I have been dealing with a very complex matter at the United Nations General Assembly every September, where we have been debating about sports trafficking involving football together with athletics, Honorable Speaker, where you have crooks taking advantage of very young, innocent, ignorant children under the guise of registering them and plugging them into football clubs abroad, Honorable Speaker, only for these innocent children having been taken full advantage of, including their parents, paying agents that do not exist, or agents who are just out to make money, Honorable Speaker. They land abroad only to realize that those clubs never exist. Whatever they were promised is not there, and they have to now contend with cold weather on the streets abroad. So this is kind of closely related to the subject at hand, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm glad that you are two in one. You have been a teacher, and I believe you've been coaching football in schools where you taught. And additionally, Honorable Speaker, you play for Bunge FC. And you understand all the rules attendant to football, Honorable Speaker, or soccer, for that matter. And you have seen firsthand how certain times people use crooked means to unduly give themselves a win, Honorable Speaker, something which is criminal and has to be treated very much as such, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I watch football. I watched the recently concluded World Cup, Honorable Speaker. I was more interested in seeing African teams play. Whereas I'm an amateur player, because, Honorable Speaker, you know me as a runner. And running, I do, Honorable Speaker, both 800 and 1500 meters, including walking race, Honorable Speaker, where I have received lots of awards, both in Bunge and outside Bunge. But I could see that African teams were not treated with dignity, especially with the officiators of those matches, Honorable Speaker. African teams were edged out at preliminary stages, not because they never qualified, but because I believe that they were prejudiced by the officiators, Honorable Speaker. I watched the last one, the Egypt versus, I think, Spain. And I could see, Honorable Speaker, that they did not have to be edged out at that particular level. At least Morocco proceeded to the 16 rounds, Honorable Speaker. But we could have done much better if everybody played by the rules and no one enjoyed any advantage over the other, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, match fixing must therefore be addressed. We have FIFA, which is charged with the responsibility of regulating everything around football, Honorable Speaker. We understand that they cannot spread their tentacles that wide, but at least they need to start somewhere where those who have been charged or have participated in this criminal act must be gotten rid of, at least for 5 years or even more, for not playing by the rules, Honorable Speaker. But we haven't seen FIFA flexing its muscles and using its teeth to bite where it should, Honorable Speaker. And those rules that should be enacted by FIFA should be cascaded downwards, even to the smallest of clubs in our villages, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, having been a teacher and a football coach as such, we have seen numerous times schools playing against other schools, and those who qualify are not really the best of teams that should qualify, Honorable Speaker. I have seen many times in this country every year certain schools lodging complaints with tribunals, sports tribunals, Honorable Speaker. And a few times I have seen those decisions tinkered with, those decisions disturbed by the tribunals, so that the rightful candidate, the rightful school, should be given the award, Honorable Speaker. And if our children have to be subjected to this kind of match fixing at that tender age, Honorable Speaker, where schools advance, not because they are the schools that qualify, but they were unduly given the win, Honorable Speaker. So these are people who are going to grow up knowing that in order to get anything in this world, you do not necessarily have to play by the rules. So we have to start somewhere as a country, and this is a very starting point. This bill that has been brought forth by my sister, Honorable Mayaka, Honorable Speaker, the penalty that has been preferred here, I believe that my sister, Honorable Mayaka, will be able to relook into it, or rather I will push an amendment that we can move it from 1 million to 5 million shillings, Honorable Speaker, so that the rightful winner is given the opportunity, and not people who do not qualify and at the end of the day get what is not theirs, Honorable Speaker. Everybody should play by the rules. Everybody should be subjected to our laws as a nation. And this is going to be a very good starting point. If we do so, Honorable Speaker, probably this is going to be the first time in our history that Kenya will qualify for World Cup. I've always, Honorable Speaker, been praying after every 4 years that my country will at least this time qualify. We've had Dennis Oliech, the menace, who was a World Cup material. We have had Olunga now, a World Cup material. But because of all the gerrymandering and crooks who ran the show, deny Kenya an opportunity to appear at the World Cup, Honorable Speaker. But let me pray and believe and hope, not against hope, but hope, that one time in our lifetime, Kenya is going to represent us as a nation in the World Cup, Honorable Speaker, sooner than later. I thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker.
I hope you will stay to see Kenya play the World Cup. But Honorable Jared, when you are introducing me from the football circles, I'm not ordinary. I am actually an ex-international, because by 1988 I'd had a call in the national team. Let's listen to the Honorable Patrick and then Jack Wamboka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I wish to congratulate my sister Irene Mayaka for this amendment. It is a timely amendment, Mr. Speaker, and more so given the influx of betting. And I believe this bill should have been here long before this craze of betting came up. Mr. Speaker, I personally used to run a tournament called Osero Cup before I came to this August House. And Mr. Speaker, I can see you smiling, but it had 48 teams. And we managed to actually get 2 boys to play in Shabana. One is called Matthew Tegsi, and the other one I've forgotten the name. Just from that upbringing. So I wish to say that this particular amendment is very, very timely. Mr. Speaker, you realize sport betting is a craze now in this country. We have aviator, we have all sorts of betting, which has even gone to the extent that people actually commit suicide after losing bets. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to state that unfair competition is the reason where we have gotten to where we are as a country. I remember there is a time, I think in the 60s, when Kenya won the first and the only 4x4 gold medal. And in that race, we had 3 members from the Gusii community. One was called Charles Asati, the other one was called Robert Ouko, and Ezekiel Nyamau. The 4th one was, I think, Robert Sang or somebody. Then we never used to have betting. We never used to have match fixing. And the glory still came to Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, as we support this, we also wish to notify the relevant ministries that in case, like now they are developing these sports academies, this should be taught right from the sports academies. The criminality of betting, the criminality of match fixing, which leads to unfair competition and degrades our sport. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this, and on the 3rd reading, we'll be here to support it fully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Jack Wamboka.
Mr. Speaker, I've known Irene Mayaka for now close to 20 years. She's also my sister-in-law. And I had never imagined she can be this spectacular debater and legislator in this house. Irene Mayaka has done very well. And we just hope the people of the great county of Nyamira can see the good work Madam Irene Mayaka is doing, so that they can consider her to come back to this house. The only advice I would want to give Madam Mayaka is that please concentrate on your seat, because any other seat up or down may be tricky and risky for you. But I sincerely pray that the Nyamira people, the house of Omugusi, brings you back to the house, to this house. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we want to appreciate those who've been there before us, those who have opened the space world for this country. And in mind, Honorable Speaker, I have Omboko Milemba, who is seated on the chair now, ex-international. Honorable Speaker, as a member of Bunge FC, one of the moments that I love is to just watch at how you dribble the ball in the midfield. And I'm very encouraged at your age. I think young people, young sportsmen and women should emulate such kind of people. And the discipline. You know, we would be on the field, and when someone is substituted, they don't feel it, they don't like it, they blame the coach. But Honorable Speaker, I have never seen the mighty walking midfielder throw tantrums on the field, Honorable Speaker. Football being what it is, sports being what it is, it must be regulated, Honorable Speaker. And this has come in very timely, because sport is now a very big business, Honorable Speaker. The betting firms are making a lot of money from sport. If left unregulated, Honorable Speaker, we then do not have a country. International organizations like FIFA and others, some major academies of football, they will want to tap into an organized country, Honorable Speaker. And this is going to bring order. This regulation is going to bring order Honorable Speaker, in the sporting industry. I remember the case of City Stars, Honorable Speaker. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. And you know, at the end of the day, the world is watching what Kenya does with this kind of things. So it is a very timely amendment to the bill. Honorable Speaker, we need to cascade this down. The discipline must start from primary schools. When these schools are doing their sporting activities, Honorable Speaker, we want to encourage discipline. We want to encourage that they observe the rule of law so that they can be attractive internationally, Honorable Speaker. We have seen a scenario where schools go for each other's neck, Honorable Speaker. When St. Joseph's Kitale, St. Anthony Kitale are playing, you would think that it's a World War II, Honorable Speaker. They are going for each other, and whereas sports is supposed to be enjoyed, you watch the game, how people are playing and feel nice and appreciate the winners. These people go for each other, Honorable Speaker. They go and poach very old people from other countries, other counties, from other villages to come and play. And now you can imagine, Honorable Speaker, if you have young kids from 4, from 3, from 2, from 1, but the other school has poached a very old person who has even finished campus, and you know that is a very unfair competition, and it's also risky for these children. So this is going to bring sanity, Honorable Speaker. We want our young people to join serious football clubs like the one I support, like Arsenal, Honorable Speaker. Serious clubs. You know, I saw some people saying that they support Man U, and I looked at them and say, are you for real? Are you for real? Honorable Speaker, I normally never want to cross the path of the bad girl, and so I will quit that very quickly. Looking at the World Cup, Honorable Speaker, African teams had talent. You could see Senegal play. Up to the 86th minute, they are 2-0, Honorable Speaker. But how they lose out, Honorable Speaker, it is disheartening, Honorable Speaker. It is disheartening. And it goes back to how football is managed in African countries, Honorable Speaker. I just hope that one day, with this kind of legislations coming into play, in our lifetime, we will have our country going to the World Cup and going way through to semis and even to finals, Honorable Speaker. I want to urge the government, please concentrate monies in building talents. Support talent. One, by building infrastructure, Honorable Speaker. We want the studies that are ongoing to be completed. Honorable Speaker, in Bungoma County, we have Masinde Muliro Stadium in Kandui. This stadium was started almost 10 years ago, Honorable Speaker. Up to now, it is not finished. It's not completed, Honorable Speaker. We want to urge the government to balance development. When you want to finish a Homa Bay Stadium very quickly, Honorable Speaker, you want to complete Garissa very quickly, please prioritize Bungoma also, because Bungoma people are also taxpayers. There is no way a stadium in Bungoma can take over 10 years, Honorable Speaker, while a stadium in Homa Bay took 3 years, Honorable Speaker. We want fairness as a people because we pay taxes. We want to encourage the government to continue putting money, Honorable Speaker, just protect me because there's nothing out of order here. We want to encourage the government to ensure that at least every county, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Nami. What is out of order, Leader?
Thank you very much. You see, relevance and accuracy of information is a tenet of parliamentary debate. And it's there in a standing order. And you see, my honorable friend, Wamboka, who we share a lot of many things, is imputing improper motive on this government. This government has been in power for only 4 years. He's saying a stadium in Bungoma has been built for 10 years. And that the one in, Homa Bay has been built for only 3 years.
But you see, the period that he's citing and saying there's unfairness in this government is irrelevant in his speech, and he should correct, he should give credit. He should actually credit this government for building the Homa Bay in 3 years, but the previous government never took care of the interests of the people of Bungoma. And please, this Tawe, please move out of Tawe and come home, and you are my friend, and I will take care of you.
You have been heard.
And move out of that Linda. I don't.
Proceed,
Honorable Speaker, I don't know what my brother knows as a definition of government, because any country, and Kenya as such, must have a government anytime, all the time. So, Honorable Speaker, the stadium in Bungoma has taken over 10 years. The president himself came to Bungoma and committed that it was to complete 3 years ago. It has not. And the Homa Bay one is complete. In terms of Tawe and Linda Mwananchi, Honorable Speaker, how can I quit a team that is going to produce the next president? Edwin Sifuna is going to be the next president of this country, and that is why we are supporting him. Honorable Speaker, back to my point. We want to encourage the government to build stadiums in at least one every county, but progressively, Honorable Speaker, we want every constituency to have a serious stadium, Honorable Speaker, so that we can harness this talent at that early age, at that early stage, Honorable Speaker, so that at the end of the day, by the time these kids get to senior schools, Honorable Speaker, they are already receiving calling from serious world clubs, Honorable Speaker. And Madam Mayaka, please continue taking this suggestions from honorable members to just beef up your bill, because this is a very important thing. And I wish you the best. If by
half a minute to conclude. You can't use 2 mics at the same time.
Exactly, Honorable Speaker. You must advise these clerks of ours. At times they do a good job, but at times they forget. So I was completing by saying, Honorable Speaker, I wish my sister, Honorable Mayaka, very well, all the best in her political career. And that at that time, Madam Mayaka, don't hesitate to come to Linda Mwananchi, because I will talk to our spokesman, Honorable Karoli Omondi, to give you a ticket so that the Nyamira people consider you coming as a woman rep. And thank you so much for the Lord's work that you are doing. And thank you so much.
Okay, order. Millie Odhiambo, MP for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to the Sports Amendment Bill 2026 by Honorable Irene Mayaka. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me just laud Honorable Mayaka for this excellent work. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mayaka has done a very, very good job since she came into this parliament. She understands the mandate of a nominated member of parliament. We have members who have been nominated in this house, and when they leave, they have no footprints. And so I just want to say, Honorable Mayaka, you are on the right path, and I hope the people of Nyamira County will remember you, especially in our party that you have adorned their colors. But should you go even elsewhere, I hope that they remember you, because it's about service. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the issue of the Sports Amendment Bill, it seeks to confront one of the challenges that we have, which is the issue of sporting integrity in this country. And Mr. Speaker, you can see that we have a lot of Kenyans who are very qualified, who are excellent, but Mr. Speaker, because of issues such as match fixing and all that, we compromise sports and we kill sports. And so when we actually then make sure that we look at issues that affect sport, then we'll be able to encourage many more young people to be involved in sports. In many countries, sports is actually unemployment and employs very many young people. And we are currently dealing with the issue of unemployment. So if we professionalize sports, then it means that many of our young people would get into this, even as a career path. Mr. Speaker, I don't know, perhaps if it was professionalized earlier, I wouldn't be here as a member of parliament. Perhaps I would have been a sporting person because I was excellent in 100 meters race, for instance. Even though I look like now I can't even do 200 or 400, Mr. Speaker. But I was excellent in 100 meters race. So Honorable Karoli, who was actually the same school with me, Homa Bay Primary, can confirm. Yes, so that I was a star athlete in Homa Bay Primary. Yes, I was. Yes, even in the National Youth Service, because we were with him in the National Youth Service, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, on another note, I would want to interrogate why people who went to Homa Bay Primary are they are such kichwangumus. They are very tough-headed. But I like the fact that they are very principled as well. I can mention just a few of them, and we are doing fairly well. Honorable Karoli is one of them. Milio Diambo is another. Agostino Neto is another. Jalas is another. CS Ogamba is another. So we have very many. I'm just saying just a few. But we have a few people who went to our school. It was a good school. And yes, we are way ahead of Alliance. It's just that because our school is down in southern Nyanza, people don't realize it. Mr. Speaker, back to this bill. The bill deals with the issue of manipulation of sports competition. It also looks at investigative powers and provides a 6-month investigative timeline for Sports Kenya. The bill also looks at the jurisdiction of a sports tribunal over manipulation appeals. And this is very important because sometimes when we delay too much with dealing with issues which are presented where there's a conflict, it might discourage people. It also has a standalone offense of sports manipulation that also has penalties. And then it also has forfeiture of all proceeds gained through manipulation. Mr. Speaker, you know that one of our sons, I forget his name, that was such a great sportsman, was caught up at an international level in this kind of situation and lost. And Mr. Speaker, we are losing a lot of our young people internationally. And because internationally they may not be able to get as much focus and attention when they are here back at home, you find that a lot of them end up, missing their paths. Very recently, I was seeing online one of our excellent rugby players that was brought back, Maurice Odumbe, that was brought back to Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, if they were playing for Kenya, and because we are professionalized sports, Mr. Speaker, then they wouldn't be facing the kind of challenges that they face. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk too much to this because it's a fairly straightforward bill. And I want to also just congratulate Mayaka that she's also doing something that is not very common. A lot of people don't associate women with sporting. And she's come out very strongly, especially football. I was told not to use the word soccer because it's more American. We associate more with football. And she's done very much to support sports and especially football in this country. But much more our girls, like the Harambee Starlets. She's always there calling us, seeking our support for the girls, even though unfortunately they were beaten in their last game. But we are still proud of them, that they are lifting this country, the flag of this country very high. And we encourage our women and young men to stay and to be focused. And, once this bill passes, then it means that our sporting activities will go very far. I know Honorable Omboko was very concerned about the Homa Bay Stadium and was concerned why the Bungoma one has taken long. But if you look at the Homa Bay one, it was actually started by the former Governor Awiti, and then the President came now to complete it. And because of that, perhaps that's why it has taken very, very fast. because there was already a framework. So it's not necessarily a reason to castigate the government. Perhaps he may look for other reasons to castigate the government, but on this one, the framework was already there. So the government came in and completed, and we are happy because even though the Talanta Stadium is named after Raila, but the name Talanta is swallowing it, and we would want to encourage the government to look for another facility where it is just Raila Amolo Odinga Stadium, not fighting with the Talanta over the name, because we want to remember Honorable Raila for the excellent work that he did for this country on democratization, on issues of the rule of law. And Mr. Speaker, that is one I was in Ramogi earlier this morning, and I said that one of the things that I'm very concerned about is that we stay true to those ideals, stay true to democratic ideals, stay true to issues of integrity, which Mayaka is trying to promote in this bill. And Mr. Speaker, because we are not supporting the late Honorable Raila because of his looks, no, we were supporting him because of his ideals. And the moment we lose those ideals, we also lose the public. We must be pro-people. We must be concerned about the things that affect Kenyans, and therefore, even when we are doing our legislative work must respect or must show that leaning to issues that affect the citizens. Once again, congratulations, Irene, and I wish you the very, very best, and I hope that you do get elected. And if the people of Nyamira are listening to me, I want to tell you that you have a gem here. You know, an excellent gem like Emilio Diambo, myself, who is speaking. Because if you don't praise yourself, sometimes you might not get people praising you, because I've done an excellent work here. So Irene, please keep up with the good work, and with those few remarks, I do support.
Carolio Mondi, another Homa Bay Primary alumni.
Yes, Homa Bay Primary and Homa Bay High School, among others. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm actually speaking on behalf of the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. And as a committee and on behalf of the chairman, we support the second reading of the Sports Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2026. Honorable Speaker, the principal objective of the bill is to criminalize acts of manipulation of sports competitions, commonly known as match fixing. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we understand what manipulation is. If you look at the bill, it is where the natural order or the natural outcome of a particular sporting competition is disrupted, either because somebody has been bribed, in other words, they've received gifts, whether cash or other benefits, so as to throw away a match, or there's some form of collusion to fix the outcome of that particular competition. But there are other elements that may include things like age fraud, where you include in a competition people who do not meet the qualifications such as age. Honorable Speaker, in ancient Rome, you will remember the gladiators used to enter the arena with the following words in their lips.
The Colosseum.
Colosseo. Let me win, but if I can't win, let me be brave in my attempt. Honorable Speaker, sport is about human excellence. And I think it is what reveals a lot of the virtues of the human spirit, the discipline of man, endurance, and team spirit. That is why we are very careful to prevent cheating in sports. It is just like cheating in exams or committing fraud in business. We note that this particular bill is supposed to promote integrity, fairness, honesty, and the uncertainty of the outcome of sporting competition, which is the source of the joy and the thrill that we have as people who watch sports. Match fixing undermines these principles, erodes public confidence in sports,
and unfairly disadvantages athletes who compete with integrity. I think Honorable Irene Mayaka will agree with me that witchcraft is not included as part of the manipulation we are talking here. It is not included. You know, a lot of people also believe in other activities to influence the outcome of sporting events. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is bound by the Makwiny Convention, which established the benchmarks for preventing and combating the manipulation of sport competitions. We have looked at the bill as a committee, and we held extensive public participation with the following stakeholders: Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Office of the Attorney General, Law Society of Kenya, Kenya Academy of Sports, Anti-Doping Agency of Kenya, National Olympics Committee, Kenya Football, Kenya Federation, Association of Gaming Operators, and one member of the public, Mr. Wesley Kanyeria. We also got information that the Ministry of Sports was in the process of establishing sports integrity unit within its structure so as to deal with issues of promoting integrity, transparency, and ethical conduct in sports. We have not held the bill back because of this. We have actually told the ministry, when they are ready with their integrity unit, we will amend the law. So they should follow the law and catch up with us. The stakeholders had asked the committee that certain things be considered. One was that we needed to harmonize this bill with other existing laws, such as Anti-Bribery Act, the Gambling Control Act, and the Penal Code, so that we deal away with overlaps and also make sure that there's harmonization of various definitions of certain terms, such as manipulation of sports competition. We also noted that Sports Kenya lacks the institutional capacity, statutory mandate, and specialized expertise to investigate criminal offenses. We are therefore proposing as a committee that the power to investigate the offense of crime of manipulation of sports competition be vested in the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, which would be the competent law enforcement agency mandated to investigate criminal conduct. However, as a committee, we want the sports associations also to retain their power to investigate and discipline their members. So if there's manipulation, Football Kenya Federation or Athletics Kenya can deal with the athletes either by suspending them or excluding them from competition, because they are the informal regulatory agencies for various sporting activities. And that the committee therefore made the following observations: that the bill addresses a critical legislative gap and seeks to promote integrity and fairness in sports, protect athletes, officials, and sporting organizations from corruption. We therefore plan to move a few amendments at the committee stage to streamline the definition of the act of manipulation, as I've said, delete clauses that provide that Sports Kenya will investigate incidences of manipulation and vest that role in the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and provide a two-tier investigative process in regards to manipulation of sports. While the DCI will be tasked with investigating the criminal element of the act, the sports organizations or the federations will also be mandated to initiate disciplinary proceedings and investigations in regard to the professional athletes registered with them. And we will also be proposing amendments to enhance the penalties for the offenses of manipulation. Honorable Speaker, permit me to conclude by stating that this bill is timely and necessary, and the committee is fully in support. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Komelemba. And then Cherarot.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Then you, Kituru.
This is a great bill of its time, because over the years we have heard rumors and talk about manipulation in sports. More so, what has been common in our area has been the athletics, where many Kenyans athletes lost their places because they were said to have manipulated their energies, maybe by using substances that could enhance their energy. And we lost some of the very best sporting people in the area of athletics. And therefore, I would wish that Honorable Mayaka should have expanded the scope of this bill. I don't know if we shall have such a chance to do it during the third reading.
Order, honorable members, Honorable Karoli.
To include other space.
Honorable Mboko is making very valid, important contribution, including ideas that will help you enhance this bill. And the three of you are engaging in some small kamukunji there. Proceed, listen to him.
Thank you. So I thought maybe the third reading, or as may be possible, if Honorable Mayaka, we could expand the scope to include the manipulation that comes with the substances that enhance influence.
Substance abuse.
Yes, substance abuse. I know they could be having their own line of legislation, but this could also provide space to deal with those substances because they also manipulate the sport. You remember the popular Diego Maradona in the World Cup that was in Germany. And when just Diego was going to face the finals against Germany, he was banned for substance. I think that's part of manipulation. And we needed to expand a little bit more. Honorable Mayaka, again, you realize that many members who have spoken to this, they seem to be speaking to other influencing factors of manipulation away from just betting. But those that also go with the maiming, not maiming really, but disguising players who come in to disguise as legible players, but they are not legible players. And many speakers did speak on this right from the level of just school competitions to all other competitions. I remember when I used to play Premier League, then it was called Super League. We had cards of identification, which means that that's another area of manipulation. I don't know if you wish that that will be dealt with in ordinary regulations of the football organizing groups in this country, or you also want a legislation in that area. The Honorable Mayaka, you have brought a bill which is of great concern to Kenyans, because Kenyans really would want, and generally, to see the sport, more so football, being the most popular sport here, being refined to actually be genuine and not to have manipulation. Our history of manipulation goes back to very long time ago, but we have had real situations where FIFA has had to intervene. Like in 2019, when FIFA intervened directly in the Kenyan football by banning one of our best players, that was the national player called George Owino, because he was involved in manipulation issues. We also remember the Zoo. There was a team here called Zoo FC, which FIFA intervened directly and asked the Kenyan Football Federation to relegate to a lower grade because of manipulation. And you may even remember the story of Sofapaka, because I used to be around the fields those days. Sofapaka, which was also accused of manipulation and ended up, even the Honorable Speaker, bringing a company called 3D, which later on hired a Portuguese coach. And the entire performance of Sofapaka was investigated and found that it was basically based on manipulation. And FIFA took action on a team called Sofapaka then. And that even does not leave out the likes of Moroni FC, which again had an intervention of FIFA. And therefore, I think this is a very good bill, which we should look at the fines. At the level where you are talking about the punishments, or the fines, or the mitigating factors, to stop this menace, we really must be very strict, because the fines must be punitive enough to discourage the vice. Because manipulation in sports, especially football, it is so enticing, because people want to win glory, and people want to win trophies. And if we make the punishment as low as I noticed you are putting to below 1 million, and no, you are dealing with football clubs, Premier League clubs. Like I told you, by 1988, I was playing Kenyan football, Premier League. 1 million currently on a Premier League side is very little money. And therefore, this would just be a walk in the park. So the punishment, we need to talk about it so that we make it punitive enough to discourage the vice of manipulating matches in this country. Otherwise, I want to support this bill and look forward to a much better sport. I also think that something should be done, or we should do some legislation around the betting companies. Because even if you watch the World Cup, the way those matches were moving on, why would African countries play so well and look like they're winning? And then in 5 minutes, 3 minutes, they lose a match. In ordinary, Honorable Speaker, football matches, that is not possible. Sometimes it may be more than just meet the eye. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done around manipulation of matches. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the bill that Irene Mayaka has brought about the amendment of sports bill, Mr. Speaker. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, here Irene has proved to be what she's been. Most of the time, Mr. Speaker, I never attend the games because I'm also a football fan. I find Irene Mayaka in uniform and supporting the team that she's supporting, Mr. Speaker. As also a player of Bungo FC with my colleague, Mwalimu here, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that every morning at 6, we wake up and we go to Ulinzi field, Mr. Speaker. And there we do a lot of practice, Mr. Speaker. We are doing this because we want, when we are playing our opponents, Mr. Speaker, we can perform well. And here, Mr. Speaker, when you face your opponent team, you find out that maybe the rivalry has been compromised, Mr. Speaker. And that is where things go wrong. Therefore, I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because it is going to bring some integrity and discipline in sports, Mr. Speaker. Criminalizing match fixing, Mr. Speaker, will also instill discipline among the players and even the team, the managers and the coaches who are handling those teams, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, because of this also, during our way back, Mr. Speaker, we used to play goals without net. But that, Mr. Speaker, could bring a lot of challenges in the field, Mr. Speaker, because you will not know whether you scored or it went outside. When the net was brought, Mr. Speaker, when it was brought in, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it brought some sanity. And of late, Mr. Speaker, we have even VAR. Whenever players are playing, when the team are playing, VAR will help to show whether the team scored a goal, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes even during when the penalty or the foul is being done by the player, Mr. Speaker, it is VAR is checked, and even red card can be over, Mr. Speaker. In Kenya, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we have several teams who are really committed to make sure that they go to the Premier League, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that some of our talented players have been disappointed because of match fixing, Mr. Speaker. You find that even in the field, sometimes there's a physical fight because of that, Mr. Speaker. Referees also are the ones, sometimes they mess up with games. Can you imagine on a point like the other day when there was Chan, Mr. Speaker, we could buy tickets and go to the field, and a referee decides to mess up with the match because he's been compromised. Everything will be in a mess, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, this is about personality and also when there are no rules. Mr. Speaker, the other day, I participated in playing. There was these two teams, Mr. Speaker. They were calling themselves Two-Term, and the other one was Bwekse. In the middle, Mr. Speaker, I arrived to the field, and I offered myself to play for one of the teams. And they were playing 30 minutes, Mr. Speaker, 30 minutes each. When I got into the field, Mr. Speaker, the referee approached me and told me, let me add to 45 minutes because you are here. I wish this bill was there, Mr. Speaker. We'll have you started here to discipline this referee, Mr. Speaker. But we played. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya, I know the government has done a lot when it comes to football and several other sports, Mr. Speaker, like athletics. Mr. Speaker, all this, the government is doing this so that it can bring integrity and popularize this nation, Mr. Speaker. We are known as Kenyans. Kenya is well known because of athletics, and even in football, Mr. Speaker. The other day during Jan, our players did very well, and congratulations to the coach, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Irene has got a bright future, and I want to tell the people of Nyamira, in the name of Irene, you have a leader. So, Mr. Speaker, I want also to add on this, Mr. Speaker, that raising the standard of playing in our country can make us earn respect globally, Mr. Speaker, because this is going to help us a lot. Mr. Speaker, I want also to say that when it comes to match fixing, actually it destroys the integrity of players, integrity of a team, and also integrity of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to support and I want to endorse the bill which has been brought by Irene Mayaka. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Cherarot, followed by Kitur.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute on this very important Sports Amendment Bill 2026, sponsored by Irene Mayaka. In the upshot, I want to say I support. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, allow me to give some accolades to this great leader in this House, Irene Mayaka. It so happens, Honorable Speaker, that when we were still new in this House, we happened to have been in the same committee with Irene, that is the Communication, Information, and Innovation Committee. And at that point, Honorable Speaker, Irene was one of the most active and very articulative leader, and she made a lot of contributions while we were in that committee. And likely so, I think that is when she was noticed by the leadership of the House. And when she participated, I think, in one of the committees that she was in, she was elected as the chairperson. That must be regional integration, right? And being a first time, as you know, Honorable Speaker, and you are a chairperson, it is a no mean feat. I say so, Honorable Speaker, because I've also happened to have been a chairperson of CIOC for some time. And I must admit, it is a great, it's a great honor to have such an opportunity in this House. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to wish Irene the very best, even as she continues her trajectory of building her career path back in Nyamira. And I want to tell the people of Nyamira, you have a fantastic, great leader amongst yourself. And we, as the new members of Parliament, or the first-timers in Parliament, really applause you. Secondly, it's also on the number of bills and the contributions you've been able to make in this House. Irene, you're just a fantastic, great leader. With that said, Honorable Speaker, allow me to contribute on this. I can see it's about 5 clauses that Irene has been able to present for us to be able to amend for the purposes of cleaning, sanitizing the sports space, Honorable Speaker. I think it is timely because when Kenya Kwanza government, when the broad-based government are in place, this is the first time that we have had, a government that recognizes and has expanded the space of sports in our country, up and including when you see all the stadiums that it's told. When you look at the president of Kenya, many times supporting, whether it is the teams, whether the teams that are participating in various leagues or international tournaments. And the president sometimes has come, by himself, even attending these events. It has created across the country an enthusiasm of unmeasured levels amongst the young people in every part of our country. And true to the word, sports is one of the most lucrative spaces that Kenyans can be able to make lives, just as many people globally, business communities are making money, young people are able to monetize their talents. And so Irene Mayaka has come up with these amendments that I say is going to clean up and create, put Kenya on a global standards on how a game with integrity can be played in our country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to ventilate also on Section 2, where there is definition of what is manipulation of sports competition. The expanded scope of this to include offers or gifts or any soliciting or receiving any undue advantage or utilization of information to be able to have financial gains, among about 5 of those definitions that have been provided, I think is very good, because this is going to clean up the space of anybody knowing very well what is manipulation of a sports competition. Honorable Speaker, also the fact that now the Sports Act has given Sports Kenya the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to be able to participate with other investigative agencies when a report is made regarding any of these acts that is within the aspects of manipulation, and how to receive those reports, Honorable Speaker, and also the timelines. Once you've received this report from the investigative agencies of a report that has been made to Sports Kenya, giving a timeline of determination to 6 months, I think is very important to make it determinative. Honorable Speaker, I only have a concern, and I want to share this with you, Honorable Mayaka, on amendment of 64A3, which of course I appreciate the fact that you've put in, when you talk of A1, you've mentioned on participation of individuals who are abetting or have engaged in any form of indirect or as aided manipulation of sports, to then be, that you have a maximum of 1 million shillings as a penalty. I think that is too little in my view. Because we are talking about integrity, we must make it so punitive that individuals choose not to participate in any form of manipulation, in any form of sport. The inclusion of clubs, I think, is very important, so that clubs can be able to regulate themselves. However, Honorable Mayaka, I have a problem when you now have also included an extreme point of saying that you give a lifetime ban. I think that is going on the extreme. I would have liked, Honorable Mayaka, because I feel whether it's clubs or individuals, people change. Or also clubs, the management changes. And sometimes good people can come in who want to maintain high level of integrity. And therefore, I would not have wished that you really make it so tough up there to make sure that, some of these teams don't participate completely in their lifetime, or they just have to wind themselves up for participating in some of these actions. In any case, anyway, we've not been having this bill before. So I think probably you need to be a bit flexible on that. I want to also applaud the fact that you've also mentioned sometimes that some of the funds that you've gotten have to be forfeited, or equally, that the games that you've been participating in, you are dropped from, continuous participation. I think, Irene, those are my thoughts about the same. And Honorable Speaker, I speak so passionately like this on the aspects of sports because, Honorable Speaker, I am the champion. I'm the East African champion of the short races, 100 meters, Honorable Speaker. I'm too good in it. Just as you see me in the last, I think the last 2 I've been able to get the gold medal. I'm a gold medalist. And that is the reason why I'm so passionate about sports and the need, therefore, that we sanitize this space. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Irene Mayaka has brought this up to sanitize, to clean this place. I salute you, the great lady from the Gusii land. Thank you very much.
Mayaka, I think there being no more interest, I'll ask you to let the mover be called upon to reply. Mayaka, proceed and reply.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity really to thank my colleagues for the overwhelming support for this particular amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, this is a true demonstration that the leaders, the legislators of this country really care about sports integrity. And together, I'm sure we will enrich this particular bill to even make it better. Honorable Speaker, I do appreciate the feedback from my colleagues, especially on the particular matter of the fine that most colleagues feel is a bit too little, that it's not stringent enough. And Honorable Speaker, having looked at the report that was actually tabled by the Sports Committee and available for the members to read, I urge all members who have amendments that they would also like to share, if they could look at the committee's report, because I am aligned to the proposals that they have put forth. Just to mention, especially on the fine, and I didn't want to preempt debate before our representative of the Sports Committee spoke about this. But just to mention, one of the proposals that they have put is that the fine exceeds 3 times the value of what was the subject of a manipulation of a sports competition, or 10 million shillings, whichever is higher. So, Honorable Speaker, just to urge my colleagues, those who have amendments that they feel will enrich this particular bill, please do table your amendments as soon as possible so that we can go through this and make sure that we are actually giving the people of Kenya a bill that is very comprehensive and a bill that really seeks to support and protect sports integrity. Honorable Speaker, another suggestion that has come through that I feel is very important is from the Honorable Milemba, who is a football player, in terms of including abuse of substance in enhancing performance as one of the issues that should be criminalized. I think that's also very important. Another one that has also been mentioned is the disguise of age. And Honorable Speaker, this is very important because if you notice right now what the Sports Ministry has done through the Talanta Academy is that we now have different sets of ages that play soccer for the national team. I mean, play football. Just to give an example, we have the under 10 team, the under 17 team, under 20, and then the national team. And Honorable Speaker, just to give an example of the Harambee Starlets, because they have been a fantastic example in our country. Having represented Kenya, they're going to represent Kenya for the 2nd time in the World Cup. And if you look at how the progression of the team happens, from the junior starlets into the senior team, the scouting that happens in the national school events when the secondary schools are playing. Honorable Speaker, we even have representation of 2 particular young girls from Bunyore Girls who play for the under 17 throughout the whole year. And they even play for one of the most successful soccer teams for ladies, the Police Bullets. So, Honorable Speaker, this is very important. And another good example I just want to give, Honorable Speaker, in terms of this issue of age, is if you look at Spain and why Spain was a very successful team in the World Cup. Honorable Speaker, Spain had 2 players who were 18 years old. And if you look at the average age of their players, it was actually 23 years. And this is because they won the World Cup last 16 years ago. But they went back and took time to develop their sport from a very young age. They have one of the best sporting academies for football in this world. And their success is no mean feat. And Spain is going to be a very tough team to beat for a very long time because of the systems they've put in place. And a lot of European teams have done this. And Honorable Speaker, I think this is where we borrowed as well in terms of setting up the Talanta Academy. And it is my hope that this House also supports Talanta Academy, because these are some of the processes that will ensure that we are nurturing talent from a very young age and ensure that it's growing. So yes, I do welcome the proposal, and I'm hoping that Honorable Milemba will also put this as part of the amendments, that disguising age also becomes a criminalized offense for us. So, Honorable Speaker, again, a lot of feedback on the fine. Members feeling like the fine is low, and yes, I concur with them that the 1 million fine is too low. And so I'm hoping that because I am the sponsor of the bill, that the rest of the members will be able to bring their suggestions during the committee of the whole House before then, so that we can enrich this bill. So, Honorable Speaker, having said that, once again, my very big thanks to the people of Kenya, really. People in the sports fraternity, the federations, the journalists, all Kenyans who have been sending me a lot of feedback on how they think this bill can be enriched, their support in terms of why they believe that this is very important for our country. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the views of Parliament today, it has been extremely high because people have been following live, they have been sending feedback, and so it's really to thank the people of Kenya for the overwhelming support, my fellow colleagues, the members of Parliament for the overwhelming support, the parliamentary staff for the support that they've given, the Office of the Clerk, the Sports Committee as well, for the support that they gave in terms of allowing me to defend the bill before them, doing the public participation, inviting the different federations and Kenyans of goodwill to come and do public participation, and the report that they finally prepared. So really it's to thank, and also the leadership, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank both the minority and majority leadership, because I got a lot of support from my leaders, my mentors on this particular bill, led by Honorable Millie Mabona, Honorable Junet, Honorable Ishungwa in absentia, Honorable Owen Bayer. I really, really want to thank them, and the Speaker as well, because, Honorable Speaker, I need to mention this, that when I was actually doing the amendment of this bill, I went with 3 amendments. I was amending the Sports Act, the Penal Code, and the anti-doping. And the advice I got from the Honorable Speaker was to combine these and focus on the Sports Amendment Act so that it can be faster and that it can also be very effective. So to really thank the Honorable Speaker for that particular guidance and the Speaker's panel. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Irene Mayaka. Honorable members, I put the question. Sports Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 5 of 2026, be now read a second time. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Sports Act and for connected purposes. Motion. Second, report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the second report of the Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of reports on petition and resolution passed by the House, which was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th October 2023. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation is established pursuant to Standing Order 209 of the National Assembly Standing Orders. The committee is mandated to scrutinize resolutions of the House, including adopted committee reports, petitions, and undertaking issued by the National Executive. The committee further examines whether such decisions and undertakings, Honorable Speaker, have been implemented within the minimum time necessary, and whether satisfactory explanation have been provided in instances of delay or on implementation. Honorable Speaker, further to this mandate, Standing Order 201 provides that within 60 days of a resolution of the House or adoption of a report of a select committee, the relevant Cabinet Secretary shall submit a report to the appropriate committee detailing the status of implementation of such resolutions. Honorable Speaker, in consonance with Article 153, 4B of the Constitution, Cabinet Secretaries are required to provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control. The Committee on Implementation, therefore, plays a pivotal role in ensuring that resolutions of the House translate into tangible outcomes for the citizens by holding the executive accountable and ensuring that Parliament does not act in vain. Honorable Speaker, in executing its mandate, the committee engaged various ministries, state corporations, and agencies, requesting status reports on the implementation of House resolutions, petitions, and adopted committee reports. The committee received both written and oral submissions from cabinet secretaries and accounting officers during sittings held between February and April 2023. Honorable Speaker, in the execution of its mandate, the committee wrote to various ministries, state corporations, and agencies requesting for the implementation status of resolution petitions and adopted committee reports passed by the House. The committee received both oral and written submissions from the cabinet secretaries and accounting officers of the state corporation, providing the implementation status of the recommendations contained in the reports adopted by the House in the sittings held from February to April 2023 as follows. Honorable Speaker, there were 24 reports of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the Geothermal Development Company, financial year 2017-2018. B, there were 24 reports of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's report on the financial statements of the Kenya Electricity Generating Company, financial year 2014-2015 to 2019-2020. C, there were 24 reports of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statement of the Kenya Wildlife Service financial year 2017-2018 to 2018-2019. D, there were 24 reports of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the Earth Water Works financial year 2014-2015 to 2019-2020. C, there were 24 reports of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the Kenyatta National Hospital financial year 2014-2015 to 2017-2018. F, there were 24 reports of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics financial year 2015-2016 to 2019-2020. G, 24 report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's report on the financial statements of the North Water Services Board financial years 2011 to 2012 to 2017-2018. H, 24 report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on the financial statements of the Tana and Earth River Development Authority, Kenya Electricity Generating Company, financial year 2014-2015 to 2018-2019. And I, 24 report of the Public Investment Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's report on the financial statements of the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. That is REREC, financial year 2006-2007 to 2019 to 2020. 2019-2020. Honorable Speaker, in addition, the committee undertook inspection visits to selected projects and state corporations to verify progress in the implementation of House resolutions. The report therefore contains a comprehensive analysis of the responses received, the status of implementation at the time of reporting, as well as the committee's observations and recommendations. Honorable Speaker, in its consideration of the implementation status of House resolution, the committee made several general observations which have a direct bearing on effective implementation. One, that the majority of House resolutions have budgetary implications, yet inadequate funding remains a key impediment to their implementation. Two, that there were cases where the committee encountered cases where some construction projects took inordinately long to complete for various reasons, including contractor non-performance, late exchequer issuance, budget cuts, and general poor foresight and project management. This led to sunk costs and a general lack of value for money, and in certain cases, interest charged by contractors. Three, that ministries, departments, and agencies often fail to allocate adequate resources for implementation of House resolution, and that some resolutions are not framed in a specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound, smart, that is manner, thereby hindering effective execution. Honorable Speaker, to address these challenges, the committee makes the following key recommendations. One, that accounting officers of ministries, departments, and agencies should factor all House resolution with budgetary implications into subsequent financial year budgets. That accounting officers should incorporate House resolutions into their institutional work plans, complete with the timelines, deliverables, and assigned responsibility. Three, that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, ESCC, should submit a status report on all pending investigations referenced in this report within 60 days of adoption of this report by the House. For that the National Treasury ensure that funds required for implementation of House resolutions are appropriated within one financial year following adoptions of resolutions. And five, that government agencies mandated to implement House resolutions must comply within stipulated timelines, failing which sanctions should be imposed on responsible officers. Honorable Speaker, the committee is persuaded that if these recommendations are adopted and implemented, they will significantly enhance accountability, transparency, efficiency, prudent financial management, commercial viability of state corporations, and ultimately ensure value for money for the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, having carefully considered the proceedings and findings of the Committee on Implementation, I beg to move and urge this House to adopt the second report of the Committee on Implementation. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I now request the Honorable Rose Museo Mumo, who is my deputy, to second the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Rose Mumo. That is Rose Museu. Yes. How come we are not able to locate Honorable Rose Museu? She's seated there. Our ICT department is failing us.
Is it working? I try another one.
You know, you must find a way of ensuring it works. Can we give Honorable Rose Museu the mic?
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Implementation Committee is a very important committee, a very top committee in this House and the country as a whole. Its overall mandate of scrutinizing resolutions made in the House, including adopted committee reports, petitions, has been done, enabling a smooth running of our ministries and other departments. Various ministries, state corporations, the executive have been held accountable to ensure that Parliament does not act in vain, hence keeping them on their toes. Mr. Speaker, during our interactions with various ministries and departments, challenges have been noted, just like our report, that most projects have stalled due to inappropriate funding. There's also an urgent need for relevant ministries, agencies to adopt to the House resolutions with the seriousness it deserves. They should adopt the smart frame, as has been mentioned, as this will assist them during the implementation period. Treasury also, they need to make sure money allocated to various projects is released on time, and this will enable timely completion of projects. I wish to second this motion, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I now propose the question. This House adopts the second report of the Committee on Implementation on status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 26th October 2023. The Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the submissions made by the Honorable Raphael Wanjala. Honorable Speaker, as a former committee member on the Committee on Implementation, Honorable Speaker, suffice to say that this is a very important committee of the House. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is actually what is loosely known as the Committee of the Last Resort. Honorable Speaker, I have looked at the committee resolution. And the committee resolution, Honorable Speaker, reads in part or in full that the committee is persuaded that if these recommendations are adopted and implemented, they will significantly enhance accountability, transparency, efficiency, prudent financial management, commercial viability of state corporations, and ultimately ensure value for money for the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, I'm left to wonder because the Committee on Implementation is actually the committee of last resort of this House. So even, Honorable Speaker, we have a report of the Committee on Implementation that says that the committee is persuaded that if these resolutions are adopted and implemented, Honorable Speaker, it is the committee of the last resort. It is not the committee.
Honorable Wajala, are you listening to Honorable Timothy Torotich? Please do. Don't be distracted by the Secretary General of the ODM party, Honorable Catherine Omanyo.
Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation is a fundamental committee of this House. It is the committee of last resort, that if everything fails, that when we pass motions in this House, and then they become the House resolutions, the committee to ensure that those resolutions have been implemented by the executive is the Committee on Implementation. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, this committee now is coming back to this House and saying that the committee is persuaded that if these implementations are adopted and implemented, then, Honorable Speaker, they are throwing back the ball back to the House instead of giving us concrete solutions. One of them, Honorable Speaker, being sanctions. This committee should say that the executive has not implemented a specific House resolution. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, these are the sanctions we are proposing for lack of implementation of a particular proposal or a resolution adopted by the House. So, Honorable Speaker, I do not substantially agree with this report because the committee is not providing a recommendation, an actionable recommendation to the House. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think the committee they need to look for a way of having a substantive report on actual implementation of House resolutions. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Karemba, you want to contribute to this? Would Honorable Muliungi approach the speaker? Approach the speaker. Yes. Honorable Muliungi, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I rise under Standing Order number 96 and propose that the debate of this particular motion be adjourned and due further notice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Members, Honorable Muliungi, standing at his place, has moved the debate regarding the motion under order number 12 be now adjourned. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So that motion is adjourned for further debate in the future as and when it will be listed by the House Business Committee. Ordinarily, we would have called the mover to reply, but because of the critical issues raised by Honorable Timothy Toroitich and the matters raised by the chair of the committee in charge of implementation while moving, this is a report that should be discussed by more members of the House before we conclude it. If it were any other report, we would have concluded it. In other jurisdictions, honorable members, if you want to contribute to a motion, by the way, you have to register. And if you don't register interest to contribute before, the motion is just passed. But this is very critical, considering the important place and role of the committee in charge of implementation, and more particularly the matters added to the report by Honorable Timothy Toroitich on his contributions. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of a petition regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act.
Do you have the chairperson, Public Petitions Committee? You want to move? The Honorable Karemba to move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on Public Petition number 14 of 2025 regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act to provide for the induplum rule. Honorable Speaker, the role of oversight is a core mandate of the National Assembly as stipulated under the Constitution of Kenya 2010. In fulfillment of the constitutional duty, the Public Petitions Committee is mandated under the Standing Orders 2, Order 208A 2B to consider all petitions tabled in the House. Public Petition number 14 of 2025 was presented to the House pursuant to the Standing Order 225-2A by the Honorable Speaker on behalf of the petitioner, Mr. Allen Wayaki Gishoi, EBS, on the 17th of April, 2025. The petitioner specifically sought the intervention of the National Assembly through the Public Petitions Committee to amend the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 51, to codify the induplum rule and extend its protection to all borrowers in Kenya, regardless of the type of lender. Honorable Speaker, the committee undertook a comprehensive examination of the petition. We received oral and written submissions from various stakeholders, including the petitioner, Mr. Allen Wayaki Gishoi, EBS, Senior Counsel, 2, the Office of the Attorney General, and 3, the Central Bank of Kenya. The submissions received formed the basis of the committee's observations and recommendations as outlined in the report. And Honorable Speaker, the committee observations were as follows. Having considered all the submissions and issues for determination, the committee made key observations. 1, the induplum rule is a long-standing legal principle that limits the amount of interest a creditor can recover. The core principle is that interest stops running when the unpaid interest equals the outstanding principal amount, preventing the accumulation of interest beyond double the outstanding principal sum. 2, while Section 44A of the Banking Act codifies the indiplam rule for banks, this protection does not extend to other lenders, such as SACCOs, microfinance institutions, digital and mobile lenders, and unregulated mobile money lenders, and in quotes, Shylocks. This creates a massive legislative gap that leaves the most vulnerable borrowers unprotected. 3, the current legal framework is unjust and inequitable. It provides protection for citizens who borrow from banks while leaving the hustlers, in quotes, MSMEs, and the financially distressed at the mercy of predatory lenders. The fourth observation was that Kenyan courts have delivered divergent opinions on whether the indiplam rule applies to non-bank lenders. And in Ann J. Mugore and 2 others versus HELP, Higher Education Loans Board, the court declared that the rule applies to all persons involved in lending business. However, in Momentum Credit Limited versus Kabuya, the court ruled that Section 44A only applies to financial institutions under the Banking Act. This uncertainty demonstrates a clear need for legislative clarification. The committee affirms the right to fair consumer protection under Article 46 of the Constitution and the national values of transparency, accountability, social justice under Article 10. 6, the Central Bank of Kenya confirmed that similar indiplam provisions have been replicated in CBK Digital Credit Providers Regulations of 2022 and Microfinance Bill 2025, and expressed amenability to anchoring the rule in the Consumer Protection Act. Then 7, the Office of the Attorney General acknowledged the need to balance contractual freedom against consumer protection and supported extending indiplam protections beyond banks to create uniformity and uncertainty. Then, Honorable Speaker, the key committee's recommendation is that in light of the observations made, the committee makes the following recommendation: that the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 51, be amended to entrench the indiplam rule, providing for universal application to all credit agreements in Kenya, regardless of the lender. Clarity on when the rule takes effect, whether it applies to penalties, default charges, and other costs in addition to interest, uniform mechanisms for debt restructuring and recovery, and redress mechanisms for borrowers who have been subjected to unlawful interest charges. That this report be debated by the House as per the Standing Order 208A, subsection C, and in line with the Standing Order 114A, subsection B. Honorable Speaker, I wish to, in conclusion, express the committee's gratitude to the petitioner and all stakeholders for their invaluable input, which enabled the committee to compile this crucial report. I also extend my sincere appreciation to your office and the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly. I further thank the honorable members of the Public Petitions Committee for their diligent participation in the deliberations, as well as the committee secretariat for their professional support in preparing this report. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I submit and I now call upon the Honorable Dorothy Ikiara to second the motion, as I urge the House to adopt the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dorothy Ikiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support this motion that is stating that there is the public petition number 14 of 2025 regarding a proposal to amend the consumer protection in the interest of protecting our the consumers from exploitation. Honorable Speaker, I do agree with the recommendations of the committee, and I thank the chair and the entire committee, Honorable Speaker, for coming up with this recommendation. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question. This House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of Public Petition number 14 of 2025 regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act to provide for the in-duplam rule laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the first day of April 2026. The Honourable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the report. Being a member of the committee, Mr. Speaker, I think this is it was a very interesting petition, Mr. Speaker. And you realize when you're talking about the duplam rule in Kenya, which is a legal principle that limits amounts of interest a lender can recover on non-performing loan. And when you look at Section 44A of the Banking Act, when we were conversing to listen to this petition, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that really came out is that many Kenyans, I think, have gone through the same challenge. And so for this petitioner to bring the petition to this House to request if we can now look at the law, it was because that many, especially for those who go through digital and mobile lenders, microfinance institutions and SACCOs, and also unregulated Shylocks, and these are entities within that are bound within Section 44A of the Banking Act, have gone through a lot of challenges. And so, Mr. Speaker, even when you look at what the Attorney General said, one, he definitely affirmed that the duplam rule is a legal principle, yes. And he also came out and really, when you look at the report, and said that Kenyan courts have also grappled with the issue of whether the in-duplam rule applies to non-regulated lenders and other institution lenders that do not qualify as financial institutions. But you realize that is where the bigger majority of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, will go and look for money. Your mama boga at home, your small groups that we have, they're the ones who you will find themselves going to look for loans from these small institutions or institutions that are non-compliant to this. And then when their loans are not performing, or you don't have money to pay the loan and your loan now becomes non-performing, then you find yourself in the biggest challenge. Mr. Speaker, there was something else that they said that we need to ask ourselves, how do we look at? And they also argued that HELB was charging them exorbitant interest rates and penalties which went beyond the principal amount borrowed, hence a violation of their constitutional rights. And so the petitioners' prayers at that time that the court declared the rates and penalties charged violated their constitutional rights and the in-duplam rule. But HELB argued that the in-duplam rule does not apply to them and that the Higher Education Loans Board Act allowed for imposition. So you see, if we do not, as a House, Mr. Speaker, come up on a way to handle this, we will always end up in court with the same challenge. So it is for us to ask ourselves in the House, do we now open up the rule to ensure any financial institution, Mr. Speaker, that is lending money must adhere to the duplam rule, or how do we do this so that we offer protection to all borrowers? is a question that we need to ask ourselves. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that we need to now look at in this report is the central bank, the way my chair has really stipulated. So I'll just read one that central bank now brought out, that the maximum amount shall include the principal owing when the loan becomes non-performing interest in accordance with the contract between the debtor and the institution, incurred not exceeding the principal owing when the loan becomes non-performing, and expenses incurred in the recovery of any amounts owed by the debtor. Now, when central bank tells you that, that's another challenge, Mr. Speaker, that we need to ask ourselves, and we need to look at the Banking Act and look at the microfinance and see how to, the microfinance bill of 2025, so that we now clean this challenge that we are facing. And right now, because of the many challenges Kenyans are facing, I think this is what you will find in our commercial courts. Every judge trying to see how to assist the borrower. And even in mortgages, Mr. Speaker, we have the same challenge, as much as we will talk about just money lending. But I know in mortgages, many Kenyans are also going through the same crisis through HFCK, which I know has now moved to become a bank. But they are forgetting that, that people have borrowed money for mortgages. You reach a point when you have a non-performing mortgage, which is a loan also.
Why has Honorable Beatrice Elachi been disconnected? You need more minutes.
Minute, I finish, Mr. Speaker.
No, use all the minutes you need to.
So I was just explaining about the mortgage. And for me, the biggest worry right now for Kenyans is that the moment an institution now moves to become now a bank, and you are a small, not really small, I'll say you are instituted within the microfinance laws at that time. What happens to a lender who had borrowed money for his mortgage and now is non-performing, maybe because you were sacked or anything? Does it mean you come for the house? Does it mean you are able to look at what he had borrowed vis-a-vis now the penalties that are there and tell him you had already paid your loan, for example, what you had taken, Mr. Speaker, but now it is your penalties that is making you lose your house? I think this is one thing we must try in this house, to reorganize it for Kenyans, and then we will find ourselves having a healthy nation where nobody just loses their matrimonial homes because of challenges they have faced when they have borrowed money. With that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Timothy Toretich.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that opportunity to comment on this very, very important petition. Honorable Speaker, for me, I think since I came to Parliament, this is one of the most fundamental discussion that we are having in regard to protecting our people from exploitation by unscrupulous Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, Article 46 of our Constitution provides in very clear terms on rights and fundamental freedoms insofar as consumer rights are concerned. Honorable Speaker, Article 46(1) provides that consumers have a right, that is 1B, to A, to goods and services of reasonable quality, B, to the information necessary for them to gain full benefit from goods and services, C, to the protection of their health, safety, and economic interests. And, Honorable Speaker, very important, Article 46(2) provides that Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for consumer protection. Honorable Speaker, enacting legislation in my interpretation of this provision means also amending our legislation to protect the interests of consumers. Honorable Speaker, the petition to anchor the in-diplom rule in the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 501, Honorable Speaker, is very important. Currently, under Section 44A of the Banking Act, Honorable Speaker, it provides in part that interest on a loan ceases to accrue once it equals the outstanding principal amount when a loan becomes non-performing. So, Honorable Speaker, there are these institutions, the small enterprises. Some also call themselves Shylocks. Honorable Speaker, that operate totally outside the law. Honorable Speaker, these are institutions that are exploiting our people. They have put endless accumulation of interests. Honorable Speaker, they have been harassing our people right, left, and center. Honorable Speaker, you borrow a loan from what you call a Shylock. The logbook is a security. You default. Honorable Speaker, the interest is compounded within 3 months, 4 months. An individual ends up losing the vehicle, losing the house. So, Honorable Speaker, this law is very important for us to amend the Consumer Protection Act so that we limit the amount that an individual is to pay once they borrow a loan from that particular institution. Honorable Speaker, funny enough, these institutions do not pay taxes. Therefore, because they are unregulated, they are operating outside the Banking Act. They are operating outside the law. Honorable Speaker, so in my opinion, and of course, Honorable Speaker, what has made it worse is the courts have given inconsistent judicial interpretations. So that matter has not been settled by the courts. Honorable Speaker, and for that reason, if we amend the Consumer Protection Act and we anchor in the in-diplom rule, that means the courts will be guided. Because as we speak, the courts do not have a specific legislation they refer to in its quest to defend the interest of the consumers. So, Honorable Speaker, the committee led by Honorable Karemba, my good friend, is doing a very good job in bringing this particular petition before this House. Honorable Speaker, we need a full House to debate this particular amendment or proposed amendment to the Consumer Protection Act, because it is meant and geared towards protecting the interests of our people. Honorable Speaker, and this House plays a very fundamental role. As a lawyer, you know what Montesquieu said, the father of separation, the father of separation of powers, that for a proper functional democracy, there must be 3 arms of government. And one of them, Honorable Speaker, to ensure there are checks and balances, to ensure that the people are protected, is the legislature. So that is why, Honorable Speaker, we have to play our oversight role, not only to oversight public institutions, but also those private institutions that are exploiting our very own people in this country. Honorable Speaker, those Shylock entities have exploited Kenyans for far too long, charging punitive interests on loans, harassing our people. Honorable Speaker, deploying mechanisms that are outside the law. They are even acting outside the law in trying to recover the purported excessive interest that they charge on our loans. So, Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this very important petition and I call upon Shylocks in this country. Please be human. If you have acquired, if you have obtained, if you have gotten what you wanted, if you gave a loan of 100,000 and the same has been repaid, even if it has delayed, be human enough and allow Kenyans to, let them have peace, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for that reason, I support this particular petition that is geared towards protecting consumer interests and protecting our people in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There being no more interests, Oh, the Honorable Wanjiku Muya, you may make your contributions to the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And allow me first to congratulate the newly elected member in absentia, Honorable Kamau, because yesterday I didn't get a chance, and welcome him to the House. Honorable Speaker, the amendment before the House is honestly very critical. But as we marshal the ideas of speaking so much against the Shylocks, the circles, we must also call ourselves to the reasons why the consumers go to these Shylocks, go to these circles. I believe it's because the market is not very friendly. The banking sector has never been very friendly to the microfinance, or to the micro or the medium micro operators. And when they go to seek for the loans, sometimes they are asked for this title deed, sometimes the loans are taking forever, and maybe a consumer have immediate need. And for this reason, Honorable Speaker, the consumer is left with no other option other than visiting the Shylock. So it's not that many businessmen and women would really want to go to the Shylocks and these other microfinance which are not really operating within the law, but the circumstances do take them to those avenues. So as we speak, it is also good for the central bank or the ones pushing this petition to consider how to modify and make the circumstances within the banking sector in terms of credit favorable and friendly and approachable to consumers. Honorable Speaker, we have seen times and again, even the banking sector itself take more than the interest. In fact, there are some few years back, Honorable Speaker, when this House had come with a law, I think through Honorable Jude Jomo, which was capping the interest rate to correspond with the central bank requirement. Then some years later, I think that cap was demolished or it was done away with. Honorable Speaker, we witnessed banking industry become very unkind to consumers, because if you had taken a loan, let's say, with 13% interest, then overnight, that cap was removed, they charged you the same loan with maybe 18 or almost 20. In fact, I'm a victim. Let me just give myself as an example. I had taken a facility with an interest rate of 13%. Then when the cap was done away with, the same loan was again approved without even my own approval. Just because at the back of the form, where the creditors are giving the clients to sign, there are some terms and conditions that you have to sign. At all costs, you have to sign. And one of very tricky and very hidden law there is that you shall move in accordance to the banking requirements. So when the bank change the interest rate to 13 today and move upward to 18, your loan is automatically charged as such. And for such cases, Honorable Speaker, you'll find that the consumers are exploited, because when you booked a loan with a rate of 13% for a certain number of years, you calculated your income and you knew how much you are going to pay for that period. But just one day, the loan is not now corresponding to your plans, and it is honestly very, very unfair to the consumers. So the whole banking sector has to be called to order by this House. Of course, this is a very good move, starting with this avenue of circles and Shylocks, but also the banking sector must also make the environment friendly enough to allow more customers get the loans through their businesses. With that, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and I support.
The mover will now, that is Honorable Zamzam Chimba, you may make your contribution.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza niweze kumwambia mwenzangu kuwa
toka tumepata rais mpya katika taifa, ile interest vile ilivyokuwa juu katika mabenki ameweza kushukisha chini, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na ni muhimu sana ikisemwa tusipelekwe na hisia za uchochezi na hisia za upinzani tu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Jambo la kuigwa ni la kuigwa na la kusema wazi ni la kusema wazi. Rais William Samoei Ruto ameweza kuhakikisha kuwa ile interest ambayo ilikuwa inachajiwa zamani kiwa juu ameiregesha chini ili wanabiashara waweze kufanya biashara kwa wepesi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikirudi katika hao wakopeshaji ambao wanatoa pesa kama Shylock na wengine, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri kuwa wamefanya wizi. Juzi tu na jana mtoto wa dadangu alinipigia simu akanambia, nilichukua mimi 1400 kuweza kuongezea katika kununua matatu yangu, lakini sasa nimelipa zote. Wamekuja baada ya siku 2 ilikuwa imebaki pengine ile yao kidogo ya kuongezea kwa juu, wamekuja wanamdai tena double. Ushaona Mheshimiwa Spika, na wamekuja wameingia kwa gari yake wakachukua ufunguo wakatoka na gari. Kwa hivyo hivi vitu tunapigana navyo, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hawa ambao wanazungumza mambo mengine wajue vitu kama Shylock na wengine tunaona watu credit pia wanafanya double, wanafanya paka mara 3 ya ile pesa ambayo mtu amekopa. Kwa hiyo ikiwa hawa tunaweza tukawaregulate wakarudi katika msururu sawa kama vile sheria inavyosema, ukichukua mkopo, Mheshimiwa Spika, ile ambao unatakiwa kulipa usilipe zaidi ya ile ambao ulichukua, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema hii sheria na nasema tuweza kuipiga support, Mheshimiwa Spika, na niseme tu tena nikirudia, rais amejaribu. Rais amejaribu sana. Mambo haya yalikuwa yamekuwa magumu sana, lakini kwa wakati huu ndio unaona hata sasa tunaleta haya ya kupenyeza kidogo tuweze kupiga msasa. Lakini rais ameweka wazi kuwa mikopo katika banki, Mheshimiwa, nimesikia hata ukimtaja waziri wangu. Sasa hii mambo yako vizuri sana. Mheshimiwa Joe yuko sawa katika wizara yake, Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mheshimiwa Joe ni katika wale ambao wamebobea na wanafanya kazi vizuri katika hii Kenya. Tukiangalia katika blue economy ama wizara ya madini, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa imevivia, ilikuwa imelala, lakini amekuja amepiga msasa. Kwa hiyo nitamwambia mwenzangu ukimtaja hapa Hassan Joho, mtaje tukijua kuwa huyu anaweza kuwa rais wa Kenya siku moja na amebobea na yuko sawa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo hawa watu ambao wanatoa mikopo, hii ni wizi wa dhahiri. Wanaibia wa Kenya, wanafanya wa Kenya wanakuwa na idhilali. Mtu amechukua tuktuk, anakuja ofisini kwangu, mama Zamzam, tuktuk yangu imechukuliwa, nimelipa 900,000, ilikuwa imebakia tu 10,000 peke yake. Tuktuk amechukua na wananiambia hawaregeshe, wanaenda kuipiga auction. Kwa hiyo sheria kama hizi tukiweza kuzitunga ziweze kutetea hawa watu wa pikipiki, wa bodaboda pia wanahangaishwa, watu wa tuktuk wanahangaishwa, watu wa magari wanahangaishwa, na hata wale wenye kuchukua tu mkopo, mtu anakuja na bebewa vitu ndani ya nyumba yake. Kuna mfano mmoja nimeona kina mama wa Kisauni, Mheshimiwa Spika, wamenifuata juzi wakaniambia, mama Zamzam, ulikuwa na sisi katika chama. Manake mimi nimeanzia mbali, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuingia katika bunge hili. Mimi pia nilikuwa hasla kule chini, nilikuwa na kaanga maamri yangu, napika chapati maragwe tukiwa tunachanga kidogo. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa katika benki moja yajiita benki ya wanawake, sitaki kuitaja jina, lakini ilikuwa sisi tunaweka zile savings zetu, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kisha unachukua loan yako unalipa, lakini zile savings bado zimebaki pale. Kwa hiyo wakati wa kuondoka, manake mimi niliacha nyuma wenzangu, pia savings zangu niliziacha, mpaka wale kina mama wamezuiliwa kuchukua pesa zao, na hii benki imekatalia ile pesa ya kina mama. Kwa hiyo ni vitu ambavyo sisi tunaangalia, na hivi karibuni mimi mtaniona tu pengine kwenye matelevisheni nikiwafuata, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa katika kile chama na najua wale kina mama walikuwa wanafanya unapata uzito gani kuweza kusave na wao. Kwa hiyo ni vitu ambavyo tunaangalia, na niweze kuunga mkono mjadala huu wa leo, na niseme lazima sheria ifuate kikamilifu. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Do you have any more interest in the motion? None has been registered with the Speaker. The mover will now reply. And Honorable Karemba, as you reply, you need to look at your committee recommendations. Roman number 2, which I think the last recommendation. I'm looking at the standing order provisions you've referred to in terms of standing order number 208A, C, and standing order number 114A, B. It appears we have omitted some figure before C in Standing Order number 208A and before B in Standing Order number 114A. And so as you reply, I think you may look at those standing order provisions and make necessary insertions so that the committee recommendation is like an arrow, sharp and clear in terms of the provisions pursuant to which they're being made.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the honorable members who have added their input to this very important report. And I'm in agreement with them that we have got to put to an end, to a stop, the exploitation of the many Kenyans who have gone to these lending institutions looking for help, but they end up losing even the little they had through this exploitation. Honorable Speaker, I would have wished that this House was full so as to give more honorable members an opportunity to speak to this very important matter. Because, Honorable Speaker, I believe the very many affected Kenyans have representatives in this House. And Honorable Speaker, with the recommendation, with those inputs and also taking into consideration what you've stated, I hereby reply.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karemba. Honorable members, I now put the question. The House adopts the report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of public petition number 14 of 2025 regarding the proposal to amend the Consumer Protection Act to provide for the in duplum rule laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the first day of April 2026. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Yeah, again, Honorable Karemba, we've decided to move in this direction because the committee recommendation is clear in substance. What is required following the recommendation is that the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 501 of the laws of Kenya, be amended to entrench the in duplum rule as per Annexure 4 of the report. So there are other legislative actions, including the enactment of the bill for the passage of that provision. That in substance is clear, and that is why we have proceeded in the manner we have done. Next order.
Order number 14, motion. Report on the audited financial statements of selected state corporations in the roads and transport sector.
The Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Commercial Affairs and Energy. Do we have the mover? This is the Honorable David Kosing. I don't have any indication from the mover to defer, but I will defer for the last time. No single mover should hold house business without prior information. The next time this one comes, I will order it dropped and lapsed for the convenience of the House. And I want to urge committee chairperson to take interest in house business. Next order.
Order number 15, the Books and Newspapers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 47 of 2025. Second reading.
Do you have the Chairperson, Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library Committee? So this one was specifically mentioned to the Speaker together with a request for deferment of the House consideration of this particular order. And So it is ordered to defer for future House deliberations as and when the House Business Committee will schedule it. It is directed deferred. Next order.
Order number 16, motion. Fourth report on audited financial statements for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund.
The Chairperson, Centralized Funds Accounts Committee, the Honorable Mliungi, to move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the fourth report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its examination of the report of the Auditor General on the examination of the financial statements of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund account for the financial years 2016/2017, 2017/2018, 2018/2019, 2019/2020, 2020/2021, and 2021/2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 21st March 2024. Honorable Speaker, the committee examined the Auditor General's reports for the 6 financial years under review and received oral and written submissions from the Executive Officer of the NGCDF Board, together with supporting documents before arriving at its findings and recommendations. Honorable Speaker, the fund is disbursed by the Treasury for onward transmission to the 290 constituencies. So therefore the board is only a custodian and the managers and a transmitter conduit for the money. So there isn't much on this fund. It's just transmission. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in its examination, the committee made the following observations: that the NGCDF board received unqualified audit opinions for the said financial years, that the financial year 2017-18, 3 audit matters were raised, all of which were satisfactorily resolved upon examination of the management's responses. C, that delays in exchequer releases resulted in delays in project implementation all over the country. D, in order to mitigate these audit findings, the board has strengthened its governance framework through the establishment of an audit committee, automation of financial processes, implementation of cloud backup systems, and enhancement of management information systems. E, as I've said, the main challenge was mainly the late disbursement of funds by the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to this challenge, the committee recommended that the National Treasury ensures the timely disbursement of funds to the NGCDF account, and that all allocations intended for a given financial year be released within the same financial year. The committee extends its gratitude to the Office of the Speaker and Office of the Clerk for the support accorded to it in the discharge of the oversight mandate. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you. And I request the Honorable Muthoni Ekiara to second.
The Honorable Dorcas Muthoni Ekiara.
Honorable Speaker, for correction, Honorable Speaker, my name is Dorothy Muthoni Ekiara. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the adaptation of the fourth report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on the examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement of the National Government Constituency Development Fund NGCDF accounts for the financial year 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, the committee has presented a balanced report that demonstrates the value of robust parliamentary oversight. Its examination confirms that over the 6 financial years under review, the National Government Constituency Development Fund has made measurable progress in strengthening financial management, governance, and accountability in the administration of public funds. Honorable Speaker, all the issues that our chairman has highlighted, Honorable Speaker, are issues that have been put into consideration, and Honorable Speaker, wanting to say that the fund is doing very, very, very well. Honorable Speaker, for those reasons that Chair has raised, I urge honorable members to support the committee's recommendation and adopt the report. Doing so will reinforce parliamentary committees to sound public financial management, accountability, and prudent utilization of public resources for the benefit of the Kenyan population. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I propose the question. This House adopts the 4th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee. Its consideration of the audited accounts for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF, for the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 21st day of March, 2024. The Honorable Harrison Kombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do wish to support the report, and in particular, on the recommendation that the disbursement to the relevant NGCDF account by the Treasury should be done appropriately and in good time. And in turn, the NGCDF management to also disburse the funds to the constituencies in good time, to give room and time for the implementation of the approved projects in our respective constituencies. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I do support.
The Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the DFAC report. And Mr. Speaker, to thank the committee, but also to speak on a few things, Mr. Speaker, that we need to look at. First is to thank so far the CS of Treasury, CS Mbadi. Since he came into office, Mr. Speaker, I think we have seen some very great changes in terms of the disbursement of the fund. And also, I want to thank the members because we have also seen change completely, Mr. Speaker, and you can attest on it, every member here, ever since we have now the new acting CEO, Magut. I think he has transformed completely the whole institution and the fund, that today I can attest here, being a member of the NCDF committee, that things have changed and we have tried our best to now transform the institution that manages this fund to be more professional, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure that constituencies are receiving their funds based on how Treasury is also releasing the funds. And Mr. Speaker, what we need to ask ourselves is how are we going to ensure we have so many auditors on this fund, Mr. Speaker. I think you find 6 auditors auditing one fund. I think we have to have a conversation with the Auditor General so that even when they are auditing, you find constituencies, each of them, their audit reports are very interesting when you read them. One audit team will say this, the other one this. And I think the most important thing why we passed as a country that we would want to have an auditor was to help us that to clean within our institutions so that when you bring in your report and you have spent public resources, those resources are spent well. And so it was not really meant to bring out all the time. You find every year you are told the same thing, then it means also there is need of capacity of those areas where every time if your audit is the same query that you were given last time is the same one you are given this time, it means there is lack of governance and capacity within that institution. So as I finalize, Mr. Speaker, the most important thing we need to do as a House is to really look at how the Auditor General will help every constituency so that we also have trainings and capacity of those constituencies and there, because it is very rare for you to tell me that you can mismanage NGCDF unless you are just a thief, Mr. Speaker. But it is very rare. The way we have put in the framework on how NCGDF works, it is rare for you to take money and misuse unless you have decided you are just a thief. That is what I can say, Mr. Speaker, with the same words. And so this is one framework in the country. If it is borrowed even at the national level, we will reduce this corruption we have, we will reduce misusing our own public resources. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
There being no more interest, the mover will reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I reply, I want to agree with the Beatrice Elachi that since the Honorable Mbandi became the CS for Treasury, because he was one of us, he understands everything about CNDF, about Parliament, there has been changes and the money has been coming faster. In fact, even in the political parties fund also, has been coming faster than before. And we hope next financial year, all the money for CNDF will come before the general elections. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Members, I now put the question. This House adopts the 4th report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on its consideration of the audited accounts for the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF, the financial years 2016-2017, 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020, 2020-2021, and 2021-2022. Laid on the table of the House on Thursday, the 21st day of March 2024. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 17, the County Library Services Bill, Senate Bill number 40 of 2024, second reading.
I have the request of the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture, to defer the consideration by the House in plenary of the matter appearing under order number 17, which request the Speaker has acceded to. Order, honorable members, that being the conclusion of the business of the day as per the order paper, and the time being 19:46 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 30th day of July 2026 at 2:30 p.m.